All right. Good morning, everyone. It's that time again. Yes, it is. It's time for Weekly Test Wednesday Day in America, I guess. Oh, there's what I had open from what I was doing last night, so. Okay. Let me get that panel back up. There we go. I'm almost done playing catch up here with the products from last night. Just have two MLS products to go back on, and then that's it. So, yep, we're going to get started here with the weeklies in just a little bit. And beginning at 8:09 a.m., that should be WJS. Yep, that's them right there. All right. Let's go ahead and do the Wordle for today. I find that Whiteout Survival commercial very annoying. I find it very annoying to me. I don't know. But right now, let's focus on the Wordle. So, a few little extras here today is the is the Maryland Severe Weather Awareness Week drill, which will be happening at 9 a.m. So that's in the next hour. So that will be in the next hour. It was wheat. So wheat was today's word. Now I didn't get to going back on Comcast yet, so I'm gonna do that now. And I've also yet to go and teeth brushed. Well, because I just got up. So give me a few moments while I go take care of that. Alright, so that's done. I still got two more Comcasts to go back on here. And I got two more to go. I also get to go back on the Verizons as well. Okay, last one. Alright, now I have everything. So let me go ahead and edit this. I wonder if any of the remaining Verizons ended up doing their test. Because when I left it last night, 7 and 8 were the remaining clusters, and they didn't do it. So they have to do it, I believe, tonight then. So, rid of that. That's this. I call this Crawford Neary Weekly Spam. Interesting. No pre-roll, no nothing.
Yeah, no big deal. It didn't work. Yeah, everybody lies. Right, it's okay. Right. Nina? 20 WJAS.
Did it right first try. All right. So as I go through the editing, this guy is dead. And it comes on right away.
Stage is 50.0 feet.
So let me do the editing of this.
Test is now concluded.
And this one I all right. Now we're on to all right. So as we get started here, I got guys on. That's it. That's all they have to say. This is a that's all they gotta say. Those are the only words out of their mouth. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind those being the only words out of their mouth. Alright. Get all these guys on so that way they can receive the weekly. I didn't even turn my other light on. I keep forgetting to do this in previous weeks. I but there we go. 5:30 a.m. was the time on this one. Cut off the attention signal. I don't want to hear a trace of it. Oh wait, the time on that one's actually 6:30. So let me quickly change it. All right, 5:49 a.m. 6:53 a.m. And then these two are the latest, and these are the latest entries. Yeah, there's supposed to be one more before that, but I'm gonna take what it's got. So, all right. The only thing I have left to do is add in both Cox Communications and Comcast. This one was 3:43 a.m. I already saw the time on this one, 4:25. This one seems to go by Eastern time natively, so in that case, this one then is 7 a.m. Although it seems like now we know when the other Coxes are going to go, so. So once we have it all edited, we will. Oh, WMBS on that receiver. Well, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it on the live stream. Let me be sure I got that time correct. Somebody sent a monthly for Wyoming. Yeah, that's definitely invalid because I didn't see it show up anywhere else. Yep, that's 4 a.m. Right there's where that goes. Wait a minute. 4:45. That's Eastern time. That goes before this one. And this one's also Eastern time, so. Yeah, I flip flopped the order. Oh yeah, and speaking of flip flopping the order, um, MVG mentioned that next week the uh, the regular season finale of the Barry and Enright Cup, which came on late last night, and Monopoly will be flipping days. So this is going to be interesting because we get to play along to the season finale of the Barry and Enright Cup, while at the same time, there goes my night of fun. Because now we're probably going to be on the air till like 1 a.m. Probably on for the whole entire time. A whole entire time the Barry and Enright Cup is going. Anyway, this one is that. And that's it. Okay. All up to date now. So go ahead and turn this guy up on here. So I can show you what we have done, what I have completed so far of this website project. And yep, I also took the opportunity to do the monthly security update for Windows 11. So I took care of that security update last night. I was going to do it in the afternoon, like right after Microsoft released it, but I thought, you know what? I'd rather wait till the Verizon's tonight to do it. So when that time came, I just let the updates download and install in the prepare to install in the background, and then all then I needed to do was click update and shut down, and that was it. That was all that needed to be done. But of course, Weekly Test Wednesday can't be that without Tommy Ben News, of course. I get this guy hooked up. But in the meantime, hello, you two. It's been like a week since we've last been with you. Well, we weren't with you last week because of the severe weather, but I sure hope you two enjoyed your time off last week. I sure hope you two enjoyed your time off from us. So, yeah, sure hope you two enjoyed your time off. All right. So if I pull up the Elgato utility here, it's duplicating the screen. Yeah, because I said it to duplicate. It's taken a bit longer to log in because of the security update that I had installed. So I did actually get some more of this website done last night. So here's what I've completed so far. So I've gotten the buttons in, well, particularly got down the station information for each of the buttons. For each of the buttons, and then if I open up the those other ones, I'll explain. And then if I open up the home page, so you can see I changed the fonts, and I have been able to add in my own separate sections. So right here is the independent stream player, the independent player for the station, so it doesn't redirect to an external site like Broadcastify. The stream is linked directly here. So it's directly linked here. And then right below the player is some other information about the transmitter in the form of a table. So it shows the frequency, where the transmitter is, the forecast office, county coverage, test time, and who's providing the stream. So that's that. And I'm doing the same thing with AM FM too, but and this is WKGFX. This is what I have of it so far. The uh, the frequency of the station where the transmitter is located, the weather radio station being monitored, its frequency, forecast office, county coverage, the AM/FM station's test time, and their relay criteria. So when I go to put a lot of these stations in, I'm pretty much going to assume a lot of them are going to be at random. So I'm just going to assume a lot of them will be at random. So let me pull up MBS here. All right. So we'll do some more work with this, and I will do even more work with this tonight. This is only a test. And I'll open up the button in Paint here. I'll move this over so you can see the notepad window I have here. Actually, I'd rather open it up on here because I've actually made some updates to the document as well. Okay, so now let's get on with it here. So I left off at Kansas City last night, so I'm going to continue on from this stage here this morning. As command line after command line after command line comes up. Maybe, Drew. We'll see if anything ends up happening, but I don't really know. And yes, since it's very likely I'm not going to have this fully finished by the end of the night tonight, we're going to do some more behind the scenes of this. We're going to take you a bit further behind the scenes of this project. So, now the separate station thing, I don't think I can achieve that while maintaining space on Google site. So it'll have to be the old way. Of course, I'm only going by the station that relays the most things in particular. So we'll work with this for a couple hours. That should take us up to test time. Now, I've actually already done the updates on not just this machine, but on the Windows 10 laptop as well. So I will, and there's actually they've actually made a change to a long time feature of Windows 10. I don't know if it, but yeah, I can't really do KDWD because they don't have the embed. Well, I could open this up and I could type the SSL, but I'm not going to get anywhere with it. So wait a minute. I think I remember one of these had. I don't want to mess things up here, so Here we go. This should filter. Oh, so then it's colon. Well, let's see if I get it right. There we go. Got it. Okay, let's see if I digitalstream.com colon 2108 stream. Gotta give it a second. Doesn't look like I Yep. Didn't get it. Oh well. That was a good guess though. Okay. Um, I'll just have KDWD redirect, or I can just embed the player, so. Well, you know what? We'll try it. Let's see, 24.5. Save this. Well, it is good to have Brian here with us here today, as we are. Oh, from what? I didn't.
Basically, funny story. When real kid, I remember when 99.9 country. I mean, it's still that on the news talk on those parties nowadays, but they used to play variety from the band Perry to Sergey Lamb to St. Owen to who else am I mentioning? It's I don't know. It's Luke Bryan. Um,
Oh, okay. I see what you're. I understand what you're
and
talking about now. But now that we were on the topic of now that we were on the topic of copyright things, I found a community post last night regarding one of the. It was like a little. It was actually a series that he did of blue screening the ABC song, and apparently one company wasn't happy about it, so they wanted it taken down. Otherwise, he would get striked. So unfortunately, that's the end of that series. But I enjoyed it while it lasted. For copyright infringement.
Yeah.
Let's see, KNTI FM.
Blah blah blah. String given hurricane. Blah 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 blah. Hey, is Hershey Road down or something?
What's down?
I think Hershey Road is down.
Hershey weather.
Sorry.
Well, I haven't even checked that page out, so obviously I don't even. Yeah, go ahead and show me. Wherever that picture will be. Wherever that picture will be sent. Okay. And while we're waiting for that, today is Maryland's Severe Weather Awareness Week drill, so they're going to do the monthly test code over NWR, which should take the place of the, and according to the test message, this should serve as the monthly test for April for Maryland. Unless the Maryland Emergency Management Agency decides to do another, unless they decide to do another, this is the Maryland at the end of the month, like they did last year. Yeah, it's in here where we'll see the proof. Yeah, that's doubled up. Doubled up. Furthermore, it looks like that looks like a brand new laptop too, assuming the other one you had. Yeah, I figured it was like my other. Yeah, yeah, it was in. Yeah, in all kind. Yeah, in some sort of ways. Yeah, my old desktop was having issues too, specifically with the Wi-Fi card, and the disk drive on it stopped working. Well, it didn't stop working. When the OS no longer detected it, even after a factory reset. So I retired it from service, and I bought it. So yeah, and I bought a new one, and I was probably going to get a new one anyway because I didn't know if that thing was going to meet the requirements for Windows 11 or not. But I was surprised to find out it did. Otherwise, at some point in the future, I probably would have installed Windows 11 on it anyway, despite it going against Microsoft's requirements. But
Yeah, that's 42.
yep, I'll get that rolling here very soon. And just like last year, of course, um, Sterling will do the monthly test for the Maryland counties, and then do their usual weekly for the Virginia counties and DC. Well, yeah, the DC counties and, well, Virginia counties and the independent cities. So,
That's weird.
and what's even weirder is in previous years, Wisconsin, even after they switched to doing weekly tests, they still do their usual Wednesday weekly, even though the statewide tornado drill is literally the next frickin' day. Yeah, womp womp indeed. Because they should just skip the weekly straight to the tornado. like on Severe Weather Awareness Week, they should just do the weekly on Thursday with the statewide drill and not try to do like a and try not to do 3 tests in 1 week because of course Wisconsin is the only remaining state that still does a evening drill alongside the one in the afternoon. So,
At some point.
oh yeah, Wisconsin does their drill in the afternoon. So, oh yeah, and regarding the monthly test, that's tonight. It should be tonight, or oh no, I think it was last week. It was last week. I remember I was going back on all that severe weather crap, and Wisconsin did the monthly. So
Right. It doesn't.
oh no, you're all not seeing the progress, aren't you? So yeah, essentially, you're getting a behind the scenes look as to the creation of.
Question. Can you show me the link that we're talking about what you said earlier about the copyright claims and stuff?
It's actually in the form of a community post. So let me see. Yeah, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find it. I know it's dug up somewhere. Yep, we must be getting closer. So let me go ahead and get Hagerstown on here. Oh, there's the video of Hillcrest Road. Let me check and see if it's in my subscription feed. Let's check that. See if there's one cliffhanger. Yeah, and the worst part is community posts aren't going to show up in my liked section. I'm going to see if I can find it. All right, let's see. What the heck was the channel again? You know, I forget it. I'll do it in the private. Oh, let's see. What the heck was the channel? TK50 RP, is that it? I don't know if it is, but I just want to let's see if it's correct. I'm not even gonna bother. Anyway, here goes the Maryland tornado drill. How did I put Maryland in there last night? I thought I put Maryland in there last night. I did. I put Maryland in there. Unless they decide to do another This is the Maryland later in the month. Unless we get another This is the Maryland. Alright. Let's watch the Verizons relay it now. We're 2, 4, and 5. Let's watch the Verizons relay it now because why not? The New Jersey Office of Emergency Management. If I come across that post again, I'll if I come across that post again, I'll try to grab the URL for it and send it over when I can. So let's watch the Verizons relay the drill now. The New Jersey Office of Emergency Management. Oh, yep, here goes 4-5. Now let me take that lemline off so you can see the whole thing. There it is. And of course the 1050 signal. Times 2 for Mobile. Why didn't 4-4 go? Or do they have a delay? They probably have a delay, don't they? I'm gonna put this over here so that way I can see when Jacksonville goes. I see Johnny Thunder got the Maryland Tornado Drill as well. John's going crazy with the relays now. Oh, and there it is. Wow, everybody wants it done now. Dang. How fast it went.
Radio station KHP39. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special receivers can be automatically distributed by their signals to warn the impending weather. Tests and receivers performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a possibility of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in northeast Florida: Clay, New, Putnam, and St. John's, and for Canyon County in southeast Georgia. In addition to the regular tone alarm, the NOAA weather radio system is equipped with an additional warning device called SAMES, which is short for Specific Area Message Encoder. Unlike the normal warning tone, which alerts all alarmable NOAA weather radios in range of this broadcast, SAME allows people with a SAME-equipped weather radio to be notified of watches and or warnings affecting only the county desired. For more information regarding NOAA weather radio, contact the National Weather Service at 13701 Chang Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, 32218, or call 1-904-741-4370. You can also visit our website at weather.gov/checks. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA weather radio station KHP39.
Alright. Let me go ahead and send over the recording of the Maryland drill as John relays every single station.
Comcast will get this, but it will not. It won't even.
See, 27.5. Alright, let's see. ACTI. I see ES is cool. Got the Maryland drill on Maryland Public Television. By the way, before my lunch break yesterday,
Although I haven't got on JXN 42, just to break you.
yeah, I got it on WXN 42 as well.
Anyway, what were you saying?
I was about to say that ES is cool actually introduced me to the PBS plugin on the Kodi TV program for Windows. I've been trying to see if I could get that set up, but I haven't had any luck with it. So I guess now I might actually have something to use on it. So
Some classmate told you about it?
no, it actually wasn't. It was actually Imperial County EAS that introduced that actually helped him set it up.
Oh,
And then he passed along the help article to me. So And my logger is still going crazy. Relaying everything from the tornado drill like 50,000 times.
Unfortunately, WXM42 was the only thing I got, given the fact that Comcast is down. Well, on Aaron's stream anyway.
Well, it was. It's actually. It was. It actually came back as of a few days ago.
I got a 504 gateway timeout.
Well, it. Well, it's. Well, it was down on his part.
It is on mine too.
Oh yeah, it's actually. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's actually down again. Because it doesn't normally take this long to load. So.
You say too.
Yeah, because it doesn't. Yeah, because it doesn't normally take this long to load. So. Yeah.
No, I know. Not to mention, it's Andrew Reed's birthday today, I think, or is it Jimmy Elevator? I don't know which.
Which. Whichever one.
I think it's Jimmy Elevator's birthday. I'm not sure though.
All right.
But however, I've been watching Andrew since I was like, I don't know, before I was a teenager.
So it seems like you've been watching him for a long time.
Yes. I, the, I think the first video I remember watching is Autism Outreaches.
That was the first video you remember seeing?
I don't know what the first one was, but I used to be scared of the buzzes on the Jover. I used to be scared of these buzzes that they make on impulse or early ThyssenKrupp. But
Okay,
yeah,
so that's ready to go. And yep, there's the gateway timeout message. So it is down right now, but hopefully it'll be back soon.
I'm not surprised. I wasn't in the mood that I would use to have FM station because some can have a weaker.
All right. So now let me go ahead and get the other laptop fired up so I could show you what Microsoft has done to Windows 10.
I'm going to be a well to eat dogs nowadays.
So,
I want to show you something.
all right, now let me switch the capture card input. There should be an HDMI port on this. There should be an HDMI port on this thing. Is there not?
This is like, if I was being honest, dude, if
Huh.
you ever come back and Michigan, I would recommend going here in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, in the western part of the state.
Fun fact, most of the areas right here have a an older Polaris and two, which is your valley here.
What's it got going? Yeah, driving around Kalamazoo, Michigan. I don't think I ever checked out that town. Yeah, I hear it.
We don't get a day.
Yeah, I was talking about. I was talking about the that whiteout survival ad that came up on my phone earlier, and I've been talking about how annoying it is.
What? Agent Hardball.
No, No, it's the Whiteout Survival mobile app. It seems like mobile apps are being advertised on YouTube now. On mobile, that is.
It's the one thing that I always do that makes me super annoyed.
Yeah, I especially hate it when ads come up in the middle of live streams. I hate it when that happens.
And not to mention, there was ad I keep getting on my phone about Apex Legends or whatever it's called, the adult type game that I'm not interested in.
All right. So we'll go through one more forecast office, and then we'll have to get ready for the weeklies here. Well, unfortunately, I can't show you because this XPS model I have doesn't have an HDMI port. But
I got a question. Do you know what type of
doesn't seem like the new clock has taken effect yet. But supposedly there's supposed to be a new world clock calendar format coming to Windows 10. I think that feature might just gradually be rolling out. It probably hasn't came to me yet, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna come to me pretty soon. So
also also Plainfield? Do you think this is a McCain crosswalk angle?
I mean you were cutting out. I didn't even understand. But anyway, just so this thing doesn't update again, let me pause it, and I'm gonna go ahead and let me go ahead and stop updates on this until the next patch Tuesday, which should be that'll be the first Tuesday. Pause it until May 14th. So there we go. That'll be the next patch Tuesday for Windows 10. But yeah, there's supposed to be a new clock rolling out to the stable version of Windows 10. It seems like I haven't gotten that new clock yet. In fact, Microsoft is actually replacing the seconds on the clock in Windows 10, which has been a feature of the OS since the very beginning. But now it seems like they're just completely altering it. Well, I mean, I found the seconds feature very useful.
Do you think this cross signal shown on my screen is AMC Kane or AICC, or if you know anything about them, countdown clocks at all?
I mean, I've seen so many crosswalk signals with countdown clocks. Many of them. But yeah, going back to the clock in Windows 10, there's supposed to be a new one rolling out. I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm sure it's rolling out gradually across the board. And I think I've heard some negative feedback on the clock on that new clock already. Because to me, I find the seconds very useful. Particularly when it comes to particularly when it comes to timing out, the exact issuances of watches and everything like that. And since Windows 11 doesn't have that kind of clock, it gives me the option to put the seconds in the taskbar. So at least I'll still have that functionality, and I don't have to pull that thing up at every time. So I guess I could call that a benefit in some way, but I guess I'll call it a benefit. I'll probably describe it as a benefit. That and I guess the opinions might be different for. All right. I forgot the VLC players were in the same places as I closed the Verizons last night. Okay. So let me get the rest of the players ready here, and then we'll get them set up. Well, we'll then get these in their places, and then we'll take care of Peachtree City, and then that's as far as we'll go on the HTML. And I might either do more work on it during Monopoly when we get to that later in the afternoon, or I'll just push it to, or I'll just take care of the thing, or I'll take care of it tonight during my Cybit class, which I'm sure is pretty much most likely going to be the case because the HP is going to be coming with me to that class tonight anyway. So, okay, that's another machine ready. But now that we're all finished with the severe weather coverage and everything like that, now it's time to get this thing back into business. And what's this thing yelling at me about monitor 64? I don't know what monitor it is, but let's not worry about it. Is it just me, or has this thing gotten slower since I put rain meter on here? Okay, there we go. It seems like the performance has improved now. And I can tell right out of the gate that Grafton doesn't work. So it's going to be different that we won't actually have Comcast on today. That is a very nice sounding horn. Oh, I have yet to do the insider update. I have yet to update this thing to the next insider build. Might as well do it now. Okay, let's get to Peachtree City here. Like I said, this is the last office we're gonna be doing for right now. It's WXK71. Yeah, we don't need the transmitter propagations because the DWES has it right then and there. And since there is no severe weather this week in St. Louis, I have not seen KMOX test in weeks. So this is the last week they're going to be on my roster, and if they don't even try to test, then I'm gonna have to take them off, most likely permanently. And then I'm pretty sure I won't be able to finish this thing while I'm at my evening class, but it's okay because tomorrow, rather than airing a bunch of shows, we're going to instead bring you White Sox baseball first thing in the afternoon. So that's going to be exciting. We'll also play along to 25 words or less, person, place, or thing, and Pictionary. And oh yeah, and during my lunch break too, I'll take care of Flipside during my lunch break. So yeah, we'll go through Peachtree City, and this will be the last office we will do for now, and then we'll have to stop so we can get the weeklies ready. But I mean, aside from what I said earlier about Wisconsin, we should be all set to go here. Let me see. Is the content the same? It's WISKAM. So what I'm doing is I'm essentially going through the stream list again, matching each of the stations with the matching the call signs with the stream links I have that I already have. So here we go. Okay. Grange, Georgia. Oh no, it's Dublin, Georgia. Then it comes out. Should be correct. It's actually Eastman, Georgia. Eastman, Georgia is the actual trans station name. All right. Before we go and finish this up, let me get the networks back up and running. So let's get everything back up and running here. And then StreamWriter. Okay, there's StreamWriter. Where's the Explorer shell? Come on, Explorer. There we go. And it came up twice because I hit it twice. All right, and then we'll start the Weathermaster. Launch OBS, the Ubuntu script, and Notepad. Just execute normally. I click shut down. Anyway, when I hit restart, okay, everything should be in there. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up everything now. Everything comes back.
37. not available. It's a pregnancy that now looking at the laboratory according to the Great Lakes and Rocky region, the return to the region in people. Additionally, we need a kind of the end of the end of the work week lows in the mid-60s.
Okay, so we got that going. Let me restart the recording for WETA Classical. And also physically pull it up. There we go. All right, let's finish this up now. Made possible by your financial contributions. Made possible by your financial contributions. And also last night I was talking with my mom last night as they were tucking it in about how my dad always wakes up to just sports talk on 670 The Score, and then I brought up how that how that doesn't seem to get his attention. So I was thinking. So then I mentioned the. Then I later mentioned classical WFNT, which is usually what I wake up to. But then, of course, on select days, the Flutter Realm is a backup. Is a backup. If I miss it, if I miss the time somehow, and I'm gonna be up at this time again on Friday. Well, only for a brief moment because that's actually my priority registration for the fall semester.
Thank you for tuning in. Sunny, but staying pretty well here in the region's capital. Crystal clear blue skies, clouds and really snowy. And temperatures off there actually full of the morning lows in the 30s. Temperatures bounced up into the mid 40s already. And maybe on to 60 degrees. Enjoy it today because the clouds return tomorrow with a pretty good chance of rain for the next couple of days. Thank you for tuning in and you to a good start today. Enjoy the music, here on WTA Classical. The violin concerto right after this. From Washington, the Danish String Quartet takes us on a journey to different time periods, Ireland, Austria, and the United States. From the November 2024 live performance, H.A. Stravinsky's Three Pieces for String Quartet, tunes by Irish Harvest, prologue by Carolyn, final string quartet by Sheep, and Pine Shot Band, Julie for fun. TA possible. Shout out.
Now what's WRAS? Okay. We'll do WRAS instead. All right, and this is the last transmitter we will do as we have to get ready for the weeklies. Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. Let me replace the. Let me go ahead and replace the URL now. And by the way, after I make the corrections to this, I will be deploying the changes to the other system. So WARASFM. Okay. All right. So that's where we're gonna stop for the time being, and we'll pick up later. So let me go ahead and disconnect the capture card. Disconnect the capture card from the machine. And let me get the other laptop going. I'll keep this window open if I do need it later. Oh, and I am going to need this tab too. Yep. Here's the Google site that's soon going to get replaced. Well, in a local sense, that is, but of course, I'll keep this site going and supported for anybody else that needs it. The Fayette Heating and Air jingle. It's like repetitive. Ah, that's great. That's all right. This guy's also coming back from the software update. I ran the software update on there last night too. So, so far, 3 out of let's see, 4 now. So far, four out of the 7 computers are on the latest are on the latest security release. Are on the latest security update, I should say, security update. The only other computers I have yet to update now are the. Actually, technically, I could count 8 because the Windows 11 virtual machine I have at the campus. I'll be working with that when I put together that list. Because yeah, I'll be referring to that too when I put that list together. So it's going to be kind of difficult though because they're not directly connected. Because one is managed by an organization and the other has a Microsoft account attached to it. But either way, I'll try to get what I can done with the HTML document, and we'll probably do some more behind the scenes of it throughout the day. Yeah, as we go through the day today, we'll probably do some more behind the scenes. We'll take you further behind the scenes of this HTML project. And I mean, while it's taken forever, I'm looking forward to having that becoming the primary thing when it's all said and done. So we're gonna do some more behind the scenes work with it tomorrow, and I'll probably be working with it a lot on Friday too. And what else? Yeah, Friday. Over the weekend, most likely, I'll be working more with it, and then going into Monday of next week. So yeah, a whole lot of stuff to get done in relation to that. Right, let's get this guy going now. What is up with this chat thing? And that is going to become the homepage on all my machines too when it's all done. Or when we have it set up, I could do one more. I could do one more office. Yeah, I'll probably do one more. So yeah, I'll probably do one more office and then paint. So yeah, I'll do one more forecast office and then that will be it. So that's what we'll do now. Okay, let's get ready here. Now Albany, New York. I'm gonna actually turn this up because I haven't noticed they went in recent weeks, but they have. All right, Amarillo, Texas. As I said earlier, DC's got to test the Virginia counties. And then Binghamton, New York. Boston, Massachusetts. And in fact, I should know the rest of the order from here. So Pittsburgh, Detroit. Oh, no. That's not where Detroit goes. That's where Rochester goes. This is where Detroit goes. Evansville, Indiana. Charleston. All right, let's move on. Blacksburg is not till later. We got Buffalo, Charleston already. Let's do the other. Let's do this other one now. So Ashland, Kentucky, Indianapolis, Somerset, Chattanooga, and there's Southern PAWX with the. He's streaming the state college test now as we're getting ready here. All right. Let's see how much of the rest I can fit on here. Cleveland, Ohio. Dresden, Maine. Charlotte, North Carolina. South Bend, Indiana. Tampa, Florida. And let's do Mamie again. Okay. Oh yeah, and Bemidji over here. Oh wait, it doesn't work. So Fargo, and then Miami. All right, let's keep going. We got Cleveland ready. Oh, we got this. We got to do the other one. Okay, Fort Worth, Meriden, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, as this was on earlier, Gardner, North Carolina, and Gaylord, Michigan. Halifax, Nova Scotia. This is where Grand Rapids will go. Okay, we'll have to do a different transmitter this week. And then Orlando, Florida. Gray, GSP. Annapolis, Jackson, Lincoln, Louisville, Melbourne, Miami, Morristown. Holly's not till later in the hour. Newport, New York City, Northern Indiana. Let's see, Paducah. Peachtree is not till later in the hour. Pittsburgh, Quad Cities, Raleigh. Here, Springfield State College. Not till 11:10. Tampa. Wakefield, Wilmington. I'll pull up Wilmington, North Carolina when the time comes. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's make use of this blank window and put Halifax on here instead. Let's see how good that'll do. And then I'll just go down to Wednesday and open up KBTO when the time comes, if I remember, because I seem to forget. All right. And with that, we're all set. We are all set for the weeklies to start here. Why is Nashville starting? This is supposed to be Melbourne. There we go. Okay. We are all set. So let me bring that document back up that I had. Should be in the recommended section. Be. So there we go. Okay, so we'll do one more transmitter, and then that will be it. So yeah, we're gonna do one more forecast office before the weeklies. And then we'll have to stop after, and then we're gonna have to stop afterwards. So, oh wait, I have that as an alternative for Bemidji, if it doesn't work. Oh, right, yeah. That's if it doesn't come back. So, Beef River Falls, Minnesota. All right. Oh, KDKK. It's not KDKA. Hmm. I know that's an AM/FM station. Well, if it's KPCC, it has to be you. Nice of you to sneak in 10 minutes before showtime. All right, and the next one. AM. Then when we get closer to showtime, we're gonna start all the stations up. E25, Devil's Lake, North Dakota. If you may remember last week when I was putting that list together of recommended stations and whatnot for my monitors, I never prepared for this part, but well, for this part, but AGFK AM. And then the flagship of it, Grand Forks. Yeah, and there are some cases like this one where I have to use decimal values to bring down the text. JVMWFM. And that transmitter is Fergus Falls, Minnesota. So there'll be multiple entries I fill in when I'm all finished with this. Okay, and last one is KOVC. All right. Actually, Flagstaff is quite short, so let's do that one now. Let's go ahead and do Flagstaff since that's going to be quite short. Yeah, Flagstaff is going to be quite short, so let's go ahead and do that one now. And just get it taken care of. Oh, and I didn't even put down Arizona, didn't I? Even the right call sign. Lake Powell. I'm gonna go by what the NWS call sign is. KXAZ. F Arizona. We know what Flagstaff is home to. KTMG FM. Prescott, Arizona. Yep. Okay, and last one. KRFM. Nope, that's not the right one. That's it. All right, let's go quickly here. KRFM FM. For KXI 23 out of Shola. KXI 23 Greer, Arizona. Okay, we're gonna have to move quickly because our time is just about up before we got to get everything on. Okay, KRFM. All right, and then WWG 41. It's Payson, Gila County North. So Payson, Gila County North, Arizona. Don't know how much of it I can fit. 14, 13.5. Good enough. Okay. All right, let's minimize it all. And after the weeklies, we will move on to Sioux Falls. All right, let's get them all going. Oh my God, flood statement already? Next time, we'll see you much later.
The calls we give turbulence, the material message already strong systems. During these report events, you know what the receiver to be specifically by the establishment. Information about a watch or one. Systems are normally conducted by the between 11 p.m. and Wednesday. This is considered a point of pretty winner. And the news is driven. For the area message
Oh, just about the same thing to test it. I don't think we heard from boss yet. Yeah, looks like we have heard from last week. Or the team from. That's all. All right, let's get ready now. So. And I think that's everything can said.
Receivers are required replacement. Receiving a signal wizard system in original maintenance system. Especially build receivers are included by the signal to warn of severe weapons or other hazards. Tests are normally conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, and again between 6 and 8 p.m. The test will be postponed until the next day, where it will be. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the any signals, convertible any given location. So then, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the computer can result even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. Warning alarm phones are activated on service for areas where the signal is reliably received, each sufficient strength for consistent and dependable service. For stations today, 2016 Daytona Beach, warning alerts will be activated for Atlanta, Berkeley, Peckham, Lee, Seminole, in Orange counties. For stations in areas 53 Orlando, warning alerts will be activated for Brevard, Lee, Orange, Osceola, Hope, Seminole, and Volusia counties. For station WC7 in Melbourne, warning alerts will be activated for Brevard, Indian River, Orange, and Osceola counties. For station WWS69 in Fort Pierce, warning alerts will be activated for Indian River, Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie counties. These have been a test of the weather radio public warning system. We will turn to the regular broadcast program.
Okay. Okay, what do we have left? So, let's see. DC. So we probably already went. So Grand Forks, DC, Paducah, and Grand Rapids. Oh yeah. See over. Yeah. We are good. All right. Let's get the central time zone ready now. And then we'll move on to another transfer for the HTML file. We're going to start at the bottom and we're going to go in the reverse order. We're going to go in reverse. So, Wichita. Anything out of Tulsa? Nope, absolutely nothing. So we're going to do Springdale. Anything out of Green Bay? Yep, you can do that. Easterly. Texas. Aberdeen, Texas.
Springfield, Missouri. Say this, we're gonna put that right here. Yeah, yeah. I see Grand Forks testing.
Adapted the tip of the wet wide open system, giving potentially dangerous weather situations. Potentially over receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers on the alarm system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service Office in Grand Forks every Wednesday between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. If severe weather threatens the area near the number one test time, the test will be postponed to the first available good weather day. The reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. The variability will be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. It will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. This should design the most consistent and dependable warning service possible. The warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of east and north Dakota, as well as northwest and west central Minnesota's Wednesday. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm. The alarm check we will now return to regular programming. First available good weather. Your reception of this broadcast, especially the warning alarm, will be at any given location. Variability will be more noticeable at greater distances from the instrument, even though you are using a good quality receiver in your good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of eastern North Dakota, as well as northwest and west central Minnesota. The National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. We will now return to regular programming.
All right, looks like we have a blank spot available to us now that we can reserve. Okay, across Snow Lake Charles, because they're offline. Houston. So Houston's here. There's Mark. The Comcast things are still going through, but it says that the site itself is not working. Okay, moving on. Mary Duluth, Des Moines. Austin. All right, so Des Moines. We're gonna go get Chicago set up on the other system. Oh yeah, let's go that direction. All right. Otherwise, we're set. We're set today. Next songs. All right. As I said, we're gonna do one more office. That would be Sioux Falls. That's how I asked you finally. What took you so long? There. B. And there's Grand Rapids finally. What took you so frickin' long? Hey, last one. Next frame, next office. Okay. We do not have enough time to move on to Fort Worth, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that when we are sufficiently past the Central Time Zone. So, Austin, 39, Quad Cities, Baton Rouge, 9, All right, that does not work, so we're going to have to do a different transmitter. Okay, looks like we're going to have to do an awesome transmitter. All right. Central Time Zone. Just like that, this calculation was crossed. One more time. Also, yes, yes, charts. We have 40 seconds until the start of the Central Time Zone. So check out the CBS Pharmacy. 4, 15 seconds. There we go. I'll let this thing come down.
functions, receivers are modern by the value. Originated from the middle of the 1980s. This is only a test. The receiving signal was a system device. As much as situations, special receivers can be harmed by the signal from hazard. The signal in the receivers for phone are normally conducted by the national weather service continuing reporting and school history. Heroes of threat of severe weather, example will be postponed to the next available new weather limit. Reception was broken gas, and especially the overhead, in the different rotation. If no ability, normally noticeable and greater distances from the transmitter, so even waters of the quality receiver in the large order. To provide the most consistent and affordable water service possible, the one of them will be targeted for students and lawyers for following so Texas counties, hearing, listen, hearing, in the other rates, is your home, some of these are my template.
Okay. So let's get done. I can't believe this. The Quad City sent a month for I don't know. Like KCMH actually took it. Oh my god. I couldn't because of all this stuff on these stations I am going. Alright. I guess we're kind of free enough so we can move on to Fort Worth. Red Building. Ooh, the Red Building on 12993. It clearly isn't.
During potentially dangerous weather situations or in several emergencies, especially quick receivers were automatically activated to warn and danger flow. The system these receivers is connected every Wednesday between 11 and noon with recommendations. This is the only window with your space numbers. Operating 24 hours a day on a frequency of 1.6.0 kilohertz. With transmitting facility in time. This broadcast are within service operating. This service is provided in part by the California Store. Especially those weather situations. Especially quick receivers are automatically
Report.
Servicing degrees at the regional airports. The 2.4 Celsius, making the 43%. Winds were southwest and 10 miles to north. The sector with 30.15 existing city. Once again, it is separate and 16. This is a shift of the natural while the seventies no web radio warning system. This test is conducted every Wednesday morning unless severe weather is in the area at the end of Central to storm and tell the next good weather day. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Repeating once again, this is a test of the no weather radio warning alarm system. This includes the chat.
All right, let's continue. Oh my god, I didn't even get like 10 seconds into the song. All right, let's wrap up Glasgow.
Additional details now after Central Daylight Time winds on the today will stay just 6 points. The forecast, the river is expected to finish at stage 2. Isaac too fast to 57 with 152. 22nd points. Stage is she was the next cast as a road interview, 1 mile west of today. 35 miles miles per hour, becoming west over 5 miles per hour. Southward. The orbital area on the other side of the feels 1 mile per hour for this miles per hour. Stay
The yellow center fading orange cleanup depots. Saturday night. That's like the roads remain very much with the closing of 70th days the make working radius issue being up in the system of the great city and spending my days this is the nature of how I so we can change the first seasons. Nine, so the first sham. One of the stories, some things and the system is experience the movie. We have one of the films of the story for some seasons. Season by having the system to
We're going to be being on the iPhone. There's Springfield.
That is calling the channel. The brand's calling the present. Mostly, that would be these cars that were out your section. If you don't do it, they don't use it. Most of the time, then you see the current logic cooler and it's almost like so most of them so general abortion on the short, you know, one side, when they're like on each side, and falls,
Oh wait, there's more.
what's there? 11 p.m. and report that
Hey, there's some more.
p.m. Reading off, which is 4:30. 4:75. Our caller, which shows the fashion, when it's very true.
No, so.
Hours in the morning. Reports for white t-shirts, outside vitals, stuff that 85 miles an hour. What is that? Miles an hour. Stuff that 85 miles an hour. And she fell
All right, so we're gonna do Grand Junction now. Then we're gonna get ready for the Mountain time zone. Actually, maybe not. Let's just do Grand Junction and Goodland, and then we'll set up the next time zones. That's fun.
Around 16. Report from the civil state force, now that's ethical. Was partly sunny. She was sunny. Was it quicker on 65? Eastern South Dakota. Falls. Was partially sunny. Was it quicker on 60? Stellar, Minnesota. 11. And the report from the civil state force, now that's ethical. The excitement is 11:75 p.m. The central daylight time. Operating on the frequency of 160.475 megahertz. Because I would never read those things. You feel good. So I think it's one IORs. Program which makes from the oil service against false. And so the there's no area. This is whether it's central points in Iowa, west central Iowa, California, Minnesota, central South Dakota, central South Dakota, south central South Dakota, and southeast South Dakota. For to the end of the night, a red flag warning that someone the very fire danger or forest wind. But 25 and 35 miles or 20% or less. Forms of the states in the Tuesday. When fire danger will elevated to north where we saw Thursday. However, this morning, slightly colder temperatures have nice humidity and fire is not expected at this time. Here's your national weather service forecast for land. Shots at 8 miles an hour, they're starting to tonight, mostly clear. A slight chance of showers after Lewis. Those around 42, 0.1 10 to 15 miles are required. Temperature 20%. Slight chance of showers this morning. Pretty quick highs on 1%. 25 miles an hour. South to 35 miles an hour. So the changes were 20%. The first day there, I think it's partly cloudy. It's going to be mostly clear. Lowest in the lower 30s. North winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, goes south to 35 miles an hour. Particles and expressing the state. Inside it should be minus with a lower 60 meters to be north winds around 5 miles an hour. Around 5 miles an hour in the afternoon. Then Friday night, course, will clearly be down to slightly cloudy and steady. Lowest the lowest ones. Saturday with mostly sunny and breezy. Warmer with a lower 70. Saturday night is partly cloudy. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers after. China's cooler blows in the lower 70s. Chances were 20%. Sunday mostly sunny. Sunday highs in the upper 70s. Night is partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-40s. Monday, mostly sunny and breezy. Just slightly cooler. In the lower 60s. Monday night, mostly cooler.
Well,
Wait a moment. What are we doing? No.
Which for Thursday through Tuesday, on Sunday, it's on Sunday, it's nothing, and there's time. Oh, and service more chance to be voiced in the hands.
All right. Okay, right now. Montrose, Colorado. Okay. Good one. There's only 3 we need to do. Okay.
Saturday night. Cloudy. Mostly cloudy. We had slightly chance of generalized. I think that's. Seattle's
Okay. Where Kansas. Okay. Last one. KC39. Nebraska. All right. There isn't much in Green Bay either. Yeah, let's do it. There's only 2, so. There's only 2, so. But before we proceed, I'm just gonna go ahead and both countries. Okay. Let's be now. Okay. Let's get this thing going. Let's finish this up first, and then we'll set up the rest of it. Should be WAUP. Yep. In Wapaka, and then that's where we'll stop. Let's get FSY going. So we're going to take 552. Discussion. But let me verify that this is correct. No, it's New London, not Wapaka. 552 New London. Wisconsin. Okay. There's only one in Grand Rapids, but let's deal with setting this up first. Well, let's start with let's deal with setting this up first. Rocky, Burberry, Madison, only leader, Lawton. Okay, that does not work. Stillwater. This will be Topeka. This will be Janesville. Lander. Cody. Greenlee, Colorado. Evansville will stay where it is. DC's going to stay where it is. And DC is staying where it is. Once again, more to the first round of list. And I believe there's one more thing we get set up too. Two more things like that. That's the tornado drill that we're going to be doing it tomorrow anyway. And then the receiver for Canada. Alright. We will march on with GSP later. But now, we will back.
This is close enough.
Where are we at here? ICC. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Why is ICC in Bridgeport? Did I do this wrong? I think I did this wrong. That should not be. There we go. WNCC is the correct station. There's the roof. This one doesn't have a station attached, so www.weather.gov/flood safety flood. Oh wait, this is AM. AM. Denver. All right. We got a lot of remain to go through. And then we're seeing then we'll see how let's see who's fully relocated. Let's see how far we get. Is let's see.
is according to the high translation in your area. When you join emergency, it's being unsafe. But this is an act of emergency, people message you reporting for the alert time. SPCPlainfield is discount of the emergency alert system.
Okay. So this is the last station I'm gonna do for now, and then I'm gonna go get some lunch. All right, let me pick up from there after I have lunch. Back. All right. I am back now.
Service office in Slidell, Louisiana. The signal was a testing the weather radio monitoring system. The intimidating hazard. As the signal letting a receiver's performance on all the internet mobile service between 11 a.m. and noon every Wednesday.
Turn the guy off.
Providing those consistent and affordable as possible. Watches and learnings of all parishes in the essential pieces include changing Livingston's point ideally, city owner. Our county will be information.
I have not. Miss Proctor. Miss Proctor. San Francisco. That would be Rice Aroni. Rice Aroni. Now San Francisco treats. Let's see.
Jackson, and Summit, in eastern Utah. San Duce, and Emory counties in northwestern Mexico. Rio,
Oh,
in San Juan counties. Once again, the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the public warning alarm system. We now return to our normal cast cycle.
Such thought as technologies when something is better. That's the ballad. Yep.
Last one.
Yep. Lockport, New York.
Be nice if it was Lockport, Illinois, but no.
Oh, he's out of school.
Yep, and I hope they win him the money.
Okay, now we have a lot of motivation. We've got.
Yep. So if Zach ends up winning $5,000 for the I don't know how many time, he's gonna fire that cannon. Oh, that's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. Yeah. I don't want to scan that QR code. No, thank you. Okay, back to the music. Next song, please. Let's continue with New Hampshire now. I have the Pacific time zone in there, so a restart of the station is not necessary. And then we're gonna edit everything we have so far following the completion of Hawaii.
I hear it coming back. Wait. It's AM, not FM. University.
Is it in America?
Trina, how are you? How are you? Well, this jumpsuit is giving me everything. It's done. It's fabulous. Well, right now we're talking about university. We know a few things about it, Trina. So feel free to ask me an additional question. Is this university an Ivy League? No, it's not. Get your buzzer done. It's time for your
First clue. Here it comes.
Its athletic teams are the Yellow Jackets. Giorgio.
Is it Georgia Tech?
Yep, Georgia Tech.
Great job. Zach, what category? Listen, this person is an actor.
It's an actor.
Is this actor famous?
Is this actor had a movie in the 5 years?
Okay. Time for
Or another. Here we go. First clue of this person.
played himself in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Giorgio. Time is up. That means you're out till I give another clue.
Is this actor under 50?
No. It's still Jackson. Patrice. It's time for another clue.
Yep, here it comes.
Here we go. This actor and singer has released multiple hit songs in Germany. Giorgio.
David Hasselhoff?
Yep, Hasselhoff.
Katrina, last but not least, you're going to kick off the it is our category. This thing is a game.
Okay, this is a game, and that's the last thing we heard? Come on. Come on, you can do better than that.
No, it's not a video game. Zach.
Is it a card game?
No, not a card game. Time for
There we go.
buzzers out.
Alright, last clue.
This thing believed to have originated in the Netherlands. No, it is not jungle. Okay, I mean you're up to like another clue. Katrina. Is this game play with the ball? No. Question. I do have to give you that. Okay.
Nope, not tag. Paducah, what took you so long?
All right, that's the sound.
Yep, double dutch.
This is a test of whether hands running device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending hazards. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather, the test is postponed until the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability can be more noticeable as radar detects a strong transmitter later, even if you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The warning alarm will be activated for warnings in selected watches affecting locations in portions of West Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Southern Illinois, Southwest Indiana, and Northwest Tennessee. This concludes the 10th of NOAA Weather Radio's warning device. We now return to regular programming.
Well, at least good thing Paducah made their test up, or did it. All right, next one. And there isn't much here either, so. So let's go ahead and do Houston now. Oh, it must have held down the shift key. Good enough. And it's back. Yes, it is. All right, last one.
If you're you are on one hand or away from each other, it is anybody's game. Let's get to it. Jamie, put 90 seconds on the clock, please.
Of course. I mean, unless you want to do it.
No,
Are you sure?
I'm not allowed to touch clock.
Oh, okay.
Good luck, everybody. And your time.
Okay, here we go.
Giorgio. He was hosted the Tony Awards 4 times.
Harris.
Yep.
Giorgio.
See?
No, Brian, the Small Pacific, and Olympia. Katrina. Oyster. Yes. This actress directed the movie One Night in Miami. She won an Oscar for If Beale Street Could Talk. She fought crime and sister Time's Up, Regina King. This nonprofit organization has the tagline, Ideas Worth Spreading. Thought leaders like Adam Grant are popular contributors. Yes, this is a chain of gas stations that started in Pittsburgh. It is the, Giorgio.
76.
No, it is the official fuel provider for NASCAR. That.
Sunoco?
Yes, this actress appeared in Troop Beverly Hills at age 16. She was the mother of the Spy Kids in the film series. She struggled with handcuffs in the suspenseful film Gerald's Game. She played the mom in The Haunting of Hill House. Time's Up, and we're looking for Carla Gugino. This animal is a domesticated equine hybrid. It has been used throughout history as a pack animal. Katrina. Donkey. No. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. This actor appeared in Keanu Reeves' Hardball. He was a quarterback in Vince Howard in Friday Night Lights. Bell Station.
He's gonna do it again. Oh my god.
Yeah. There we go.
Alright, save that. Beautiful. Alright. We're gonna do Hanford. Oh, actually, you know what? We can do Hanford right now. This one's pretty small. We're gonna do this in Huntsville. Then we're gonna get ready for the Pacific time zone. The last of the main time zones. And Wichita's pretty small too, so we'll do that.
All right. We're going to need to stop again, as I said. We're going to continue from Wilmington, North Carolina, after the Pacific.
You ready, Sam? Well, you know what you gotta do in this room.
One doesn't work. And this one doesn't work either. And that one also doesn't work. And your G doesn't work either. That's its own meaning. And I forgot something else that's pretty important. There we go. Now we'll do it.
It's a test of the amazing scenery system.
That was great.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. The following is a test of the emergency alert system. Emergency alert system.
Emergency alert system. That was great. Okay, back to this HTML thing or whatever. We are on Wilmington right now. Actually, I want to do few more things before we go. Not this one. It's this one here. This one I had playing for a while last night while waiting for the Verizons. And you know what? Because that's a pretty soothing tune, why don't let's try signing off with that tune instead tonight? Just something a little different. At a sports stadium. All right. All right. Next up,
It was limp. Probably a little too loud because I see Discord picking it up. So. Alright. And the last one. Should be an FM. Field goal, yep, the goal post. Yep, goal post. Alright, next transmitter. Well, now we can use the multitask. Yep. Especially the post-game fireworks shows, which I am looking forward to next month when those finally get started in Cincinnati. Oh, who could that be? That is Phoenix.
Despite being an Olympic custody, I was still asking medication symptoms. The doctor said it can't be because my antidepressant alone.
Radios are automatically active. Central terrorism. Tests of these radios are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather in your area Wednesday, this test will not be conducted. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. To provide the most consistent warning services possible, this warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting Maricopa and Northwest Pinal counties. This concludes the test of the NOAA radio warning device. Here is the latest forecast.
If you think you're coming down, you're going to do it. Right down the lane of three, so you can call them skills. So what playing software is like, isn't that way you do it? This is a lot for your life insurance.
All right, now we're on to Lincoln. 75. Oh wait, no, this is WLUJ FM. So I remember researching it beforehand.
Fixed income, you know, life insurance that fits their budget. Anything, yeah. Just going to learn knowledge, 35 cents a minute. Less than 35 cents a minute. That year, really be locked in for the age. It will never increase. Guaranteed. This is lifelong insurance. You can never get closer as long as you pay the premiums. Guaranteed.
San Diego.
This is guaranteed. With no question. You can never tell the
Oh, I can block the ad so it doesn't show up again. It's not letting me. Let me see if I can block the ad so it doesn't show up anymore.
Weather Service radio warning tone alarm and is being run in conjunction with a routine weekly test of the emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazards.
That's been blocked. It shouldn't show up again. Hopefully, at least.
Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning alert tone.
So with that being said, the only weekly that is officially postponed, well, San Angelo has it went, Sioux Falls has it went, New Orleans did. But wait, Sioux Falls I think
Sioux Falls might actually be choosing to wait till Thursday to test because of the severe weather awareness for the drill. Well, good for them. They're the only forecast office to wait until Thursday to test. They're gonna test tomorrow anyway. Excuse me, San Diego, you tested already.
The test the complete warning system. The test is normally conducted between 10 a.m. to noon each Wednesday, weather permitting. The signal was also used to test the activation and emergency readiness of the Skywalker network of radio operators.
This test will not be conducted. Test will not be conducted.
Here's the third and final word. The associated drum sketch. Children doing something.
It crashed. Sure, this will make for a great short. Ah, yes. I really enjoy those.
Southeast California. Tests of these radios are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather in your area Wednesday, this test will not be conducted. Broadcast and warning alarm will vary at any given location. To provide the most consistent warning services possible, this warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting you in Los counties in Arizona, in Imperial and eastern Riverside counties in California. This concludes the test of the radio warning device.
Never feel like life was something wrong. Don't take a chance. Discover
Borealis? Good cameras glitching out.
Call your doctor about new supplemental changes and review the three side effects that are in, including places in different stages. Frequent confusing stiff muscles which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements which may be Asking high blood sugar which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, and
I could go to the timeline.
The first part is that the procedure has a short recovery time, no hospital stay, and is covered by most insurance plans. First and never do. Call now 791 contract 9157.
This is great. Okay, San Diego, this is the third time. What is going on with them?
What is up with San Diego today? I don't call it. This test will not be conducted. This test will not be conducted. That's like what, the third time San Diego was tested? Oh, is it still uploading or is it done? Is it done?
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
And they're actually
A weekly test of the emergency alert system.
Well, how about that? WNYW 10 during the weekly show. How about that? Take us away. It finished. Yep, there it is. It finished. This is great. Will not be conducted. How fun.
You chose 3 words you believe your team will be able to guess. The first clue will worth $1,000 a piece. You get all 3 completing the Woodville puzzle. You win $2,000 and let's see. You get the money for your package.
All right. Well, here we go. Peach tree. Water slide. Water slide. Yeah, it must be water slide. Fishing line. That one was what it was. Well. Well. It does not get any better than that. WYW tested while we were watching Pictionary and all that stuff. Oh boy, that was... It's always quite a surprise, because you never know when they test it. I've seen them go on Monday. I think I saw them go on Tuesday one time. But I gotta be honest, I think this is the first WNYW weekly I got in a while. But I'm not surprised they did it too, because I don't even think they relayed the New York City monthly test last night. Which, by the way, VHO 5 did relay. Okay, now let's march on. I'm not adding. Okay, so with that done, let's march on. And I know you all would like to see more behind the scenes, so. Alright, let me hook up the capture card again. There we go. Pull up the Elgato capture card. Should be blue. Yep. Alright. I'll put this there so you can see the progress that we're doing as I'm going through the list. And with that moment, the weekly show won't be the same again. All right. Up next, Indianapolis. We'll piece it all together a little later. There's one part of Aurora and Oswego that resonates really well with this theme. This should become the new theme of Aurora and Oswego.
Temperature was 61 degrees and 47 degrees. 0.0 inches of precipitation yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 0.0.
AOWFM. Terre Haute, Indiana. WAMW. Seems like this is a station I've tried before. Oh, that's right, it's silent, so I gotta click here to send it over. Wait a minute, stop the music. Stop the music. Oh, it's time to charge this again. Well, perfect. As the Dell is charged. Alright, let's see how far we get here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna add on to this. I'm gonna carry the music over. One moment, please. Okay, it's enough. Okay, apparently that was all of 1999 that I got, so... This already brings me back to something similar. What was it? Oh yeah, almost like that time, almost just like at the beginning of this week, when California Love came on WBEW out of Cincinnati. What the fuck am I saying? Cincinnati? Yeah, Cincinnati. Out of Cincinnati, as I was getting the things ready on my iPad device. So I noticed I had the call sign incorrect, so or the station locate or station name. I had that wrong, so I'm fixing that. I probably should do the same thing for the other ones because it seems like most of the information might be inaccurate. So, Seymour, Indiana. Seymour. Oh, there goes there goes Roseburg. Never mind. No, that's not supposed to be today. That's supposed to be tomorrow. What the fuck? This is supposed to be tomorrow. This is also supposed to be tomorrow. There, problem fixed. Alright, where are we at here? PHZ. Until the next good weather day. And it's FM. Alright. Oh. You're not seeing this. Okay. Alright. Let me make sure the mic is still going. Good it is. Despite all of this craziness I got going on here. Alright, so for those who might just be joining us right now, well, welcome. We're glad to have you here. We're happy to have you here, as always. So, we have made it through the whole weekly thing almost unscathed, except there were some some forecast offices that failed to test. DC is one of them, and I believe that is due to the Maryland tornado drill. They didn't test the Virginia counties, so I'm guessing they're going to do that tomorrow. Did they do this last year? I think they did. I think they did this last year too, where they didn't test the Virginia counties on Wednesday and where they didn't test the Virginia counties on Wednesday and instead decided to wait till the next day to test. That's what I think personally everybody in Wisconsin and Minnesota should have done years ago. They should have just skipped testing on Wednesday if they're going to be doing it the next day anyway. So I don't know why, but yeah, I don't know why, but apparently that's apparently what they do. So what what you're seeing right now, you're actually right now getting a behind the scenes look at the development of what will be a new website. It's actually, I guess I could say it's sort of a replacement to my Google website that I've had for a while. Now, as you all know by now, or should know by now, I have been taking a HTML course for college. And throughout the past few weeks, of course, I've been getting taught different sort of concepts and whatnot. Sort of different HTML concepts and other things. So if I remember what we have done, let's see. So we've been through the basic stuff, and now we're kind of, like adding like designs and stuff to it. So I was thinking, now that I actually have a good understanding so far of the class, I decided, why don't I try and actually create my own website? So basically, for this little page, what I'm doing is I'm sort of, making making updates and enhancements to the original, sort of making updates to the original Google website. But for this whole new page, which I'm coding in Visual Studio, I am using I am reusing specific elements from the from the from the from a separate HTML document that I am working on for the class. And by the way, I should plug in my phone because I want enough battery power so I can listen to a bunch of chiptune music on the way to the campus tonight after Tampa and Melbourne do their evening tests and whatnot. All right, next up is Jackson. And since yesterday, I believe, well, I have actually been working on this whole thing since. So yeah, I've actually been working on this thing for a couple of days now. I want to make sure I spell it right. Columbus, Mississippi. Yeah, and sometimes I'll be referring to this to get the correct transmitter details. It's actually named Ackerman. So yeah. So since Tuesday, I have been giving all of our viewers a behind the scenes look as to how this website is being made. So, seeing me creating the individual buttons. And it's not going to be like a whole new like web page to replace my Google site. It's just a document that's being stored locally on the hard drive of all of my computers. So, this is what I have so far. You can see I'm using some of the Asmara icons and other icons. This is what I have of the Weather Center, which I'm actually merging both AM, FM, and weather radio together. And I actually did get some assistance from the. I've been reading the textbook that the class that was provided with the class. Going through the audio section, even though we haven't gotten to that point yet. So I'm actually kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit. And with a little help from Microsoft Copilot, I've been able to center I've been able to center the player and make sure that the background picture does not constantly repeat. So, pretty neat, huh? But yeah, this is just the first of many separate HTML documents I'm going to be making. So like this one here, there'll be like this. So there's the listen live, then there's the call sign there and the location, and then a table down there with basic information about the station and any additional information that needs to be said about it. And then of course up here is the stream player. So that's what I have so far. But I haven't touched those two yet. But as I said, I'm going to get to that. And in fact, I'm actually looking to put every forecast office into here and apply the same thing to my Google site. So this will finally give the Google site the justice it deserves. So I am making sure that whatever transmitter details we have are correct. And in fact, we will be continuing to take you behind the scenes of this whole thing. And of course, we will continue taking you behind the scenes of this new website. Actually, as part of tomorrow's broadcast, in fact. So, I would put WXHB in here, but it's actually known as WWBL for live FM. So, in fact, I have been working on this website for the past several days, and in fact, I will be continuing to put 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 this together. Okay, I almost said something wrong, but anyway. So yeah, as I've said, I've been working on this page for several days, and in fact, I'm going to continue working on this throughout the next several days, most likely going into the weekend as I work on getting these buttons to get put together and the finishing touches. And even better, we are actually going to be taking you further behind the scenes on this page tomorrow, because tomorrow afternoon is when the White Sox are supposed to be playing their next game, and I think I messed something up. I must have put something in a category that shouldn't be there. Yeah, I think I messed it up. Yeah, I think I messed something up. This is supposed to be KH-47 Hadesburg. So, after we get Seattle, we're going to play our games for this week. So, I'll replace this. Let me see if WMER is AM, not FM. So, AM. This is KH-48 Meridian, Mississippi. But as I had just said, this is only the beginning, because there's actually more elements than just this. Because I'm also going to be updating my weekly test card. I'm still gonna go with KLSM. KIH38 Jackson. And then lastly, KHMB FM for should be FM. KGG86 Fountain Hill, Arkansas. And then if I remember to, I will actually be I'll continue working on this tonight. All right. Now, we're going to pause for a bit because it's time for Seattle. No, not Ashland. Is that the. Is that the. Would that be the school bus already? No, it isn't. It's a FedEx delivery. Delivering some stuff from FedEx. From my neighbors. Oh, nope, that's not valid. There we go. Now it's correct. So yeah, for majority of the day tomorrow, we will continue to take you behind the scenes of this new website as it is being developed. Yeah, as I said, we'll continue taking you behind the scenes as I continue to develop this. So this will be the last transmitter or office we do for now, and then I'm gonna hold off on this so I can not only let this thing charge, but also so I can pack it up because this is the computer I'm going to be taking tonight to my evening class, my Cybit course. So yeah, this is going to be a while before it's all finished. So, but we are slowly but surely making our way there. So WXJ60 Gainesville, Florida. And then I will need to get the evening transmitters into my logger. So that way those will all relay. And then I was talking about last night that earlier this morning at the beginning of the show that there's one feature that's being altered in Windows 10 with this month's security update. And I mean, a lot of people I don't think are pleased with it, and I don't know if I'm pleased about it either because it's mainly something to do with the clock because in Windows 10 when you pull the flyout, you get the time in minutes and seconds and the calendar. Yep, there's a BGA AM. So. So what transmitter are we on? WH39 Brunswick. So yeah, that's the plan. But yeah, so for tonight, of course, the first thing I gotta do is do my do the labs for the class for the week, and then after, well, and of course during that time I also talked about last night that I also got around to updating my other systems. So currently, as of now, 4 of my 7 computers here are up to date, including this one. That it is running the latest security update for its respective version of Windows. The only computer that I still need, so the only other computers that I actually, yeah, let's see, this Dell, that other Dell I did earlier at the beginning of the program. So that's 4 computers of my set that are up to date. The Insider machine is on its latest build, and the other computers have their security update patches applied. So that is all set and done. So I'm going to wait till tomorrow to update the remaining computers, to update the remaining devices. That being the Vostro, which I'm still looking to retire from service soon, and the Lenovo ThinkPad. KEB97 Lake City, Florida. Okay, here we go. ULC. Beautiful. Alright, let's see. Jackson, Kentucky. How short is that going to be? Yeah, that's going to be quite long. So I think that is a good place to stop. So let me pull up my little sticky note that I wrote down. So that way it would tell me which transmitter I left off at. Yeah, this is usually where I put down the Cybit topic, but I'm using it also to write down the notes for the transmitters and whatnot. So, otherwise, development on this website is coming along nicely, and when it's done, you will see and then once it's all finished, you'll see the final product in action, and everything else like that. All right, so, and then if I feel like too, maybe we'll continue updating this. Oh no, not close. Just close the program. There we go. All right. Was there anything else that I may have missed? Because before we go any further, I would like to see if there are any other weeklies that I may have missed. And if so, I would like to go back on them now. So we'll go from each logger one at a time. And before we proceed, let me reset this to clear the whole thing out. And then we're just going to throw in the evening stuff. I do not need HRV anymore because Maui works correctly now. Never mind. Let's leave it as it is. Okay, we'll hit save. Let's open up let's restart the script. Okay. All right, the evening stuff should be in there. Okay, let's start with WJZ. It happened at 12:11. So right towards the end of Vinny and Hayne. Right there, 14 seconds. Well, particularly, let's start with the stuff on Odyssey. Okay. Next up, WILK, which happened at the end of the hour. 12:47. So it was during Sue Henry. There it is. All those chip tunes I've been listening to. All right. Now to go back on the rest of them. First, Delaware Public, who already tested today. I don't know how many more times they need to do it. That I got live, of course. And then this one. And I see John still hasn't fixed the ignore on the Mass MWR. And as I said last night, I'm going to give him as much time as he needs to fix it. But the Quad Cities had a big problem today. They sent the weekly out as a monthly by accident. And you guessed it, everybody took it. Whether it's accidental or not, has to be relayed. Okay. Nothing here since Puerto Rico. That one failed. Okay, and I think that's it there. Let's check this logger now, and let's see if there's anything else that we may have missed. POZ decided to wait till 12 noon to test today, which is odd. Still processing all the monitors. Okay, so they're all ready to go. Is that the hill already? Oh no, it's AOO. Seems like they have a pre-roll, and they seem to do it at the same time. And that I went back on earlier. that I went back on at the beginning. And I think that's it. Yep, that is everything. So now we just need to go back on AOO. And one more thing too. Let's see if the Comcast site is working again. Yay, it's working. It's nice when it works. All right, so let's go ahead and go back on some of the remaining stuff. These we got live. This we did not. So, all right. So we're all caught up now. Let me go ahead and turn the volume down so that way when I turn this thing on, the Windows 11 startup sound doesn't scare the class half to death. Right. That's that. And what about Cox? It took Santa Barbara all this time to test again? Okay. I don't know why they want to test again, but okay, I guess. Spectrum was pretty quiet. Looks like it was in Eastern time too. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll give the HP as much time as it needs to charge. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our games now. So for those who may remember last week, there was quite an outbreak of severe weather in which a lot of forecast offices postponed their tests right then and there, either due to the severe weather that's already ongoing, well, they were going to postpone anyway, or some offices decided to test in the some offices decided to test in even the highest risk. In fact, Nashville in particular, they tested in the high risk. Why would they do that? In my opinion, I gotta say that's even worse than Mobile testing in a moderate. I think they should have postponed like the rest of them, but but I mean, if they want to get it out of the way now, I don't blame them. Okay, so we're gonna get to our games now. I see Melbourne's catching up on some stuff from it looks like it's everything from the month of March that he got. All right. Now also let me go back on Galesburg and we'll watch the builder go through. Oh nope, that's not what I wanted to do. And there's my new shirt. It's already popular. I had just posted that thing like what, an hour ago? And already it's this popular? How could it be this popular already? How is this short this popular already? My goodness. I mean that went from like 0 to 200 pretty quickly. Unlike some of my other videos from last week, including the Western Springs row fanning video. Wow. And there was the video. There was the video I found I watched last night of the closing of a railroad pedestrian crossing in the UK. So once the new pedestrian bridge over the railroad opened, they shut down the pedestrian crossing. Featuring the last train to pass by the signals as they're all turned off. And they could speed it up. It's like a second train's approaching. It's interesting that this crossing's like a traffic light. And there was the video of on the news. Okay, where's Galesburg at? It's probably dug deep in all those bird videos about. So Amtrak 5 left Chicago on time, and that, by the way, was actually one of the first trains I saw when I was in Western Springs. Alright. Let's see. When did the... We first need to see the numbers 6 and 4. Bet we have the times. Oh, could this be the builder? Oh, 203, 140, and a private car. Wow. Yeah, the camera's having problems. Nope, freight. Nope, it's going to be a massive freight. Well, I'll have to check and see how late the builder is today, and I think that was for. Oh yeah, here's Amtrak Zephyr number 6. 513, nothing special. Alright. Where is that builder at? Did he already show up? I'm, I'm assuming he already showed up in Columbus. Oh yeah, the camera's having problems. Serious problems at that. Kansas City Southern in the middle. The mid DPUs. Oh yeah, it looks like we have a very late builder number 4 today. So I'm just gonna go back on the Detroit Lakes camera to watch. So I'm just gonna go back on Detroit Lakes and watch it. If I even have it on this list. Which I probably don't. There's the end of that. Okay, 6:48 a.m. was when the builders showed up. I can't really tell what the numbers are, but I can see there's a Horizon car, actually 2 of them. 3. So 4 Horizon cars heading back to Chicago. Otherwise, it looks like a normal consist, so. So it's kind of interesting to be stopped by Amtrak at 6 in the morning. Yeah. The Moorhead Rail Cam, that's going to be pretty cool. On the Moorhead West camera, this is Moorhead East. But you can go to Moorhead West, and this is where they'll And this is where they apparently they host trivia at like 9 p.m. each night. So so all right. So there we go. We went back onto that. And let's see some siren tests. I see. What is that, Galesburg? That was when she was in Galesburg. I remember that. STH-10 in Calcutta, Ohio.
So recently, Microsoft rolled out Patch Tuesday security updates for April for
Yep, for both 10 and 11. And here's an ambience in New Philadelphia. On the every first Monday of the month at noon. Almost like Illinois, they test on the first two. Every area tests on the first Tuesday of the month at 10 a.m. Central Time. Here's Medina, Ohio. Some elevator in Las Vegas. He's still trying to play, according to his recent community posts, he's still trying to play catch up with those. So, I mean, he's still got a lot of elevator videos in his backlog. Ah, there's the other WLS. Bowl. 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 An Apple camera? I'll have to watch that. This is the best pizza box I've ever had. So I guess then we just wait for California Zephyr number. I think it was just that one specifically, but menu Seizo. And then I see Maryland lowered the flash flood emergency in DC. Coverage of the outbreak.
Hello, everybody. DJ Captain here. Here, set. One. Oh. Boys. All five are down. Hold up me. Two gates in front of me. Now it's watching in front of me now. All five are down.
All five. Oh my gosh. He's literally trapped between. He's trapped between three trains. Oh my gosh. I think he had kind of a similar reaction when he got trapped between two trains in Rochelle. I really enjoyed his videos of Rochelle, especially where I finally got to see him in person. It was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah, it was just amazing. Is that the general? Hey, one more puzzle. We'll go back on WLS, and then we'll piece this together. Because he's trapped in between three trains. Well, actually, now two. It's interesting how as soon as that. Great. Two Western Colon Hayes bells. And then as soon as that light goes red, the traffic signal becomes a stop sign for the duration of the activation. That's interesting, these two crossings are linked. It would be nice if they were linked in Rochelle, but unfortunately that's not the case. I mean, considering the distance between the crossing signals. So that's interesting how this crossing was set up. Yeah, he's saying that because his father's on the other side of the tracks. And also because he has to wait for a second one now. It's amazing how these recent videos he made were just outside of Chicago, Northwest Indiana, particularly. And then the light goes back to normal. Yeah, considering these two signals are linked together.
Look over here at this very nice looking crossing for the South Shoreline. Well, so it went up at one gate because of Norfolk Southern. So it on this Saturday, April 5th of 2025.
Start your recording.
Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and extra seating.
All right. I'll actually play catch up while we do Monopoly here. Oh boy. Oh man. All right. Let me get. Let me get Mendota going here. There is just no way that short is already at 200. At 200 views. Oh yeah. I remember this thing. Look, I am fur wearing. I am fur wearing. I am fur wearing.
I am form wearing. Okay, it's done. Okay, it's done. Guys, look.
I am fur wearing. I am fur wearing.
Okay, it's done. Oh, thank. Okay, it's done. Now we proceed to. Oh. My thumb was in the way. I'm form wearing.
You were. And now it's loading Windows 11.
Okay, he's booting into Windows already. You know, I can tell that certain things specific to Windows. We're done. Firm. Specific to Windows. Certain things specific to Windows. And we're.
It looks like he must have enabled the Control Delete thing. The extra security requirement where you have to press Control Alt Delete to log in. That's interesting. You could even enable that feature in Windows 11 too. Well, I prefer to just swipe up on the lock screen and then type my PIN and log in. I find the PIN more useful than typing a bunch of random character passwords. So yeah, that's really the only benefit that I can find of having a Microsoft account with Windows. I mean, think about it. I don't even want to use a Microsoft account on my spare machines. I'll just put local accounts on them. Maybe I could just use my Microsoft account to set them up and then just put them on the local account afterwards. That could be something. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started with Hyperbowl now. Oh, oh my God! I haven't even. Oh yeah, I haven't even touched this since earlier. So. Yeah, this was the xylophone video. The video touching the cockatoo xylophone. Let me bring this a little closer. He's just all normal and all. And then he hears the xylophone and he goes running out. Running out of the and he goes running out of the box. I was like, what are you doing with my xylophone? What are you doing? What are you doing with my xylophone? And then there's actually another favorite part of this. It's actually right here where he does it a second time. And he runs out of the box again. Yeah, and then he did. Yeah, it is. As soon as he hears the very well, after he hears like ninth or 10th note, or maybe after like note 20, he just runs out of the box and comes out of the box, runs around, and yeah. Here's the video I. This is the video I didn't even get a chance to watch because of that HTML thing I was showing you. But as I said, this is going to be very exciting when this is all done. And what's this? Dusty update. Yeah, he's still providing updates on Dusty the Cat. I did start to eat in the middle of the night. Well, other than that, glad to hear. I'm glad to hear his cat is doing very well. But at least he has a cockatoo to keep him company. At least he has a cockatoo to keep him company. You know, while Dusty covers and whatnot. And it's just putting Lego pieces in the container. That Failery video I also never got to. And Barty the Cockatoo I never got to him either. Until he turned the camera on.
Kisses.
All right. All right, one more round here.
Meet Milo, Lowe's all-new AI-powered home improvement helper.
Oh my goodness, Lowe's got into AI too? Great. We have Google Gemini, we have Apple Intelligence, we have Microsoft Copilot, now we have Fargo from Wells Fargo, and now Milo from Lowe's. What's next? Cat versus cockatoo.
Hello? 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 Party before? Hello? Put some light on you? Hello, Barney. Hello. Get your wings all out. Going? Enough? Front camera so I can't follow in there. Oh. Okay, say again. Okay, say again. See you later. See you later.
And that's the end of that. Oh, it's this thing. Yep, about a webcam from the 2000s. Alright, let's go ahead and shut down Windows 7 and get Vista back up and running here so we can get started with Monopoly. The hell is on monitor 67 that keeps going offline? I don't know. Let's not worry about it. What do we need to take out? WLS, because we saw them test. And AO, that's the other one. Oh, and BAP, because they did the monthly. I forgot to take them out too. There we go. Okay, I think we should be set now.
Question: does Arkansas PBS do their weekly?
Well, from what I found out, they do it at random. Yeah, Arkansas PBS seems to do their weeklies at random.
I thought it was on Wednesday or Tuesday. I can't remember.
But yeah, they just seem to pick a random day and do it at a random time. That's all I know about Arkansas PBS. All right. So anyway, then, with that out of the way, I'll get to editing this. I'm gonna give my HP about another hour or so to charge, so that way there'll be enough battery power. So that way, after I finish with the labs, SciBit class tonight, then I can just hop right back into working on that HTML document, and I'll just keep typing it out and creating buttons, looking up call signs, everything like that. But I think I remember I haven't had any luck with NWS call signs on VM. But oh well. Anyway, enough of that. Guess that song challenge. Yep, because tonight is night 3 of iHeart Week on Wheel of Fortune. The top winners will be coming back at the end of the week to play. What the heck happened to Arrow? And when did I last make a backup? Because Arrow was working fine just a second ago. Here, let's see if we can run it. Yeah, it doesn't let us run it. Okay. Let's roll back Vista. That would then mean I would have to reinstall the Game of Life. So, but I can just easily go ahead and reinstall it, so. Because really, I think the Game of Life was the only other game I had on this virtual machine. But I would just like to take a quick look and see. Yeah, the Game of Life was the only other game that was left on this virtual machine. So give me a quick moment here while I reinstall this game, and then we will get to Monopoly. So, yes, install all this. There we go, creating icons. It just opens up its folder in a Explorer window. Yeah, go ahead. I guess. Okay, and finish. And I'm just gonna make a copy of the shortcut on the desktop. All right. Now let's swap the disk out with Monopoly. I'll close the VLC window. Okay, we should be able to run the game now. And there we go. Now it's able to run. But it cleared the top high scores, but it's all right. Let's do the battleship this time.
You can add more well. Ready? Which board will it be this time?
I don't really know which one to choose. So let's do Toronto this time.
Would you like to play with standard rules or use custom variations?
Of course, we're going to do custom variations. Shorten the auction time, increase the mortgage, max jail fee, max turns in jail, max luxury tax, max income tax, max rate, low salary, low cash, no free parking, everything, and no double money. All right, the game begins now.
Look, I am
This is Lakeshore. I don't know where Lakeshore is. Maybe Lakeshore. It's Lakeshore. I'm sure it's somewhere in Chicago.
He's putting it to Windows already. But then let's see buttons specific to Windows.
Yeah, Milwaukee.
He's firmwaring. He is firmwaring.
It's Illinois Public. There's your Illinois.
Illinois Public Media, and then of course my station, my local station, that is
Which one is
WTTW. Yep, WTTW is my PBS affiliate.
Do they relay SBR or do they relay TL or R rated like that?
The only relay I know of, I think they do severe thunderstorm warning. I think I tried. I don't think I've seen anyone get an SVR off that station, but I know they do relay tornado warnings.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, tornado warnings, that's all I know that they relay. And I think at one point they used to test at like a specific time. I think it was like 9:55 or something. I think it was at like 9:55 or something in the morning on Tuesday. I'll accept it.
Let's try it again. Here's everyone's favorite. PBS Fort Wayne. I've been seeing so many videos off of them lately. You're everyone's favorite legendary Bob Ross.
Good morning, so you're a natural tip. Michael. This is a test of no.
All right, and then the Pacific.
Haven't tried out Ohio yet. Let's try them out. We've been on TV this year. Now let's put another one. Iowa. But I still want to be careful of copyright. I do not want to get copyrights. See here, try.
Let's see.
You have a Hawaii one too.
Yeah, but then there's Hawaii Public Radio, which actually runs a weekly at either 4:59 or 5:59. No, 4:59 or 7:59 p.m. Central Time during the week.
Let's look at Louisiana. Okay, Brooks. The other one. There's that one. This one.
Okay, KCRE looks to have glitched out.
Oops. Oh, WPSU.
Fine Bart. You're not gonna do better than that, you think me? This Bart, back is Bart. Full pants, stand. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. You're up. Looks like savvy to me. St. Lawrence Market.
That didn't scare me.
Wheelbarrow, toss those dice. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. We got sick. If you can't do the time, don't do the prize.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
You have control of the dice cannon.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Yes. This? Yeah. You got 4. Community chest. And look, drop there at the top. You get $45. Max 7.
Is that the right one? Yeah.
Your spin.
What?
Sack of
There we go.
roll those dice.
That's the right one.
A nickel. Whose turn is it? Come on. Looks like a 4 to me. Lure line.
This could be the gravy train for me. Yeah, let's go.
Wheelbarrow. Good luck. You're up. 9.
This guy in. Alright, so we'll wait till after we're finished with Monopoly, and then we'll play catch up. Well, redo KRCE and get that other one.
Here's your set again. Just go. That's for liquor. Cannon. Roll those dice. 5. Waterworks. Anybody got a bullet I can bite on? That's ship. Out. You got 6. I shall remain incognito here for a while. Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
You may get a little excited when you shop at Burlington.
Okay, then. Good luck. 6. Ethan Phillips Square. Wheelbarrow. Toss those dice. You got 6. Lure line. I'm tough. I can take it. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings.
Oh, the Zephyr's about to Mendota.
I'm tough. I can take it.
And there's the white light. It's charged. Okay. On cable.
Token 2 board. Let's keep this thing moving. And single player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. So, roll.
That's a pretty old bell.
Good luck. Back to money. We got
Actually, you know what? Let's do it now. I hope. Alright, let's take care of this now. While we can. let's start here first. Is that it? All right. Now to retake this. Okay. There's the Zephyr. All right, there we go. Much better. Now back to the game. We're gonna pay the fee this time.
Let's face it, capitalism. 8, 2, 3. Harbor front. Not the best you can do.
All right.
And player 1.
Turned out much better this time around. So.
Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. It's Thimble's turn. 6.
Okay, that was Zephyr number 5. Okay, so that will be replacing this clip.
Okay, shoot. Roll the dice. 5. Nathan Phillips Square. Back tonight, eh? This bang was good meal. Cannon, roll those dice. 10. Queen Street. Bottom. Battleship. Up.
Turn that down. All right. Now everything's in place.
Think me. Stack of money.
All right.
You can do.
Go ahead and pack this guy up.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. 9. Dido. Not the best you can do.
Okay. All right.
Good luck.
Now to Jeopardy. All right, Jeopardy's on its first break. Let's get back to the game. Or street repairs. I wonder where this thing's heading. Oh my gosh. That is easy. DTA still recording? Oh my god, it still is. Let me stop it. I believe the time's already up for ETA Classical. Back to Jeopardy. Okay, Jeopardy is on its next break. Let's return to Monopoly once again. Yep, let's pay the tax outright. That's right. Only a visit this time. Next time I might not be so lucky. So anyway, my father ran a couple errands on the way back here. In fact, he actually picked up something that I don't think I've ever seen. Apparently, it's actually turtle flavored crackers. Is that whatever? Whatever it is, it's turtle flavored. Yeah, whatever that thing is, it's turtle flavored crackers. No, it isn't turtle flavored. It's like goldfish and Cheez-Its, except it's all shaped in a. It's shaped like a. All the crackers are shaped like turtles, and the box is exactly like what you find in an average box of Cheez-It crackers. Yeah, the Cheez-It crackers. I really enjoy the Cheez-It. I enjoy Cheez-It crackers. The Cheez-Its. I really enjoy those. I mean, there are so many varieties I've had back in the day, but I think there was only one I didn't care for in particular. But I really enjoy the standard variety.
Is so humble. It's your turn, Shu.
I guess it might be close. I guess I could say it's close enough to the actual Cheez-Its. Okay, we'll let it get back to me, and we'll go to Jeopardy. Okay. Okay. Let me take my turn. Then I'll head back to Jeopardy.
We got Bluer Street. Was born under a lucky sign. Dimple, you're up. Well, chance. Let's see what it is. Advance to St. Charles Place. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's some easy money. John Bass, wheelbarrow. Good luck. You're up. 8. Looking grand. Toronto Island. I'm tough. I can take it. 12. Young Street. I'm tough. I can take it. 10. Chance. You feeling lucky? Bank pays you dividend of $50. It's your turn, Shu. 11. Your fifth. You have control of the dice, Cannon. A nickel. Toronto Island. Anybody got a bullet I can bite on? Battleship. Full speed ahead. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants a trade. The trade is complete.
The game is this past week.
All right, we're done with Jeopardy. Let's get back to Monopoly now and wrap this up.
All right. Did you get the Texas tornado one this morning?
Well, the monthly test for Maryland on NWR. No, I didn't see St. Louis do a tornado test. So that's why. So that's why they didn't test at 10 o'clock. That's why they didn't test at 11 o'clock this morning. It's. I'm just more into the statewide things and not the local ones. Let me see if they said anything about that on their social media. I want to take a look and see if they said anything about that. Let's start with Facebook. Yeah, that's not helping. Okay, where's Maui at? Here we go. Oh, there it is. Local Severe Weather Awareness Week. Area wide. I was not paying attention to that. Yeah, it's always these local drills I miss because they're not on the preparedness calendar or on the website or anything like that. There was talking in the there was actually talking in that recording. So well, Shreveport I know did a drill one week. So it's only Shreveport and Houston I know that do. Shreveport, Houston, San Angelo I know of that do local drills. That's right, Minnesota and Wisconsin's statewide drills tomorrow afternoon at 1:45 and 6:45 p.m. respectively. And then after that, that should be the last one. Yeah, I think that, yeah. Yeah, I think the Kansas City stream is pretty much gone. Well, I see Newbern finally came back. I see John's logger didn't take the San Angelo drill. No, I didn't even have it in my logger at all. I wasn't ready for it. I highly doubt it's going to be in there, but let's check anyway. He had it in there for the severe weather event last week. Nope, KLT doesn't have it. Nope, didn't show up on KLT either. Yeah. So I guess I kind of feel better after all, not missing it. Well,
You can cover it up.
well, let me.
You need to make a background again. We need to bring that back. Toronto Island. That's I can take it. It's your turn, Shane. 8, 2, 3. But you need to get all the positivity things off your website. Those are all banned. You need to take those off.
Well, actually, now that you mentioned that, I actually have a big update to my website coming. In fact, a big update.
Those working in
Yeah, with those not working anymore, yeah, those are going to be removed as part of the update. As part of this big update.
What's gonna happen?
Well, what's going to happen to it? I'm taking my since yesterday I've been and earlier in the show, I've been taking our viewers behind the scenes of the creation of the updated website. And with this new with this new update, these updates that I'm doing with the website will be rolling out to the Google site as well. So this is probably going to be its biggest update yet. Yeah, almost the same layout as before.
Your server, it's not going through your thing. That's yeah. It's in there. You need to refresh it. It's not sending out videos. It's posted. Shoot. The dungeon they didn't even had to go on.
All right, now where's that Southwest Chief at?
Because yesterday was election day in Missouri. Of course, KWA was on longer last night. And of course, I got a song. Like, what?
Yeah, looks like the Chief is a little late today. Yeah, a little late today. He's almost there. Yeah, Lincoln. I don't know if I noticed it, but I think Lincoln did live voice. Yeah.
Use their old messages that they used last.
They just seem to be reusing old messages, which is pretty odd. But what's even more odd was that almost every station in what was very odd was that every office in Wisconsin and Minnesota did their usual weekly, even though they're going to be doing it again like tomorrow. It's been that way for years, and I don't. It's been that way for years, and and personally, I think they should just like when it's Severe Weather Awareness Week and the drill's going to be on Thursday. I don't think running a weekly on Wednesday is necessary if they're going to do the tornado drill. Like remember the past several severe weather drills that we've had so far. I mean, Illinois, they tested on Tuesday, they didn't do it again on Wednesday. But even though Indianapolis said they wouldn't do it again on Wednesday, they do it again on Wednesday anyway. That's the second year in a row I've seen them do that. I don't know why. It's either somebody doesn't know they weren't supposed to test on Wednesday that week, or they didn't remove that mention from the message. Yeah, either way. What other examples? Okay, what other examples? Let's see. Omaha and Nebraska and Iowa testing at 10 a.m., taking the place of their usual tests on Wednesday. That's what happened with San Angelo today, so that's why I didn't hear anything out of them. Yeah, my goodness, we were following that. We were following that thing. Yeah, for the past several weeks, we had been following the severe weather outbreak, and in fact, the next set of compilations will be premiering tomorrow. Oh, they upgraded it. Yep, they upgraded that wrist. So that'll be something. So that'll be something to do tonight. Get that ready. But I don't think it'll be anything that special. But yeah, I mean that last event went on for like went on for 5 days nonstop, which is crazy.
Stalled out. Stalled out and sat there. He dumped rain. I mean, Memphis had almost 15 feet of rain from that thing.
And I heard one town in Kentucky was even submerged underwater.
Oh my god. One, is it the fact that emergency in Southeast
Well,
there was a flash flood emergency.
I don't think I saw the flash flood emergency there, but I did see a separate one. I actually did see the flash flood emergencies from both Little Rock and in Texarkana, respectively. Texarkana is actually back up and running as of now. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. But I actually did find an alternate state. I actually did find an AM/FM station that actually does relay alerts from WXG 97 and on time. Yeah, they do text. Yeah, that KTXK is Texarkana, not WXG 97 Shreveport. I pause in NWR.
Christmas fun with yours. Come on, son. I'm
Four games straight. We lost our fourth game the other day.
You're up, Q. Good luck.
Well, I guess with that, almost everybody. So I guess with that, everybody got their weekly in, except for Sioux Falls because they're going to do it tomorrow for the drill. No, I haven't heard anything like that. No, I don't think I've seen them do a drill in recent years. No.
Yeah. I know that happened this morning, of course, again.
Oh, yeah. The Peachtree City Weekly on WXK 56. Yep, right at 11 a.m. as usual.
And once again, there was no video. See, that's what I've seen. We had 2 on March 4th, yeah, one last year.
Hmm.
An AI player wants a trade.
Yeah, there was the University of Arkansas. That tornado. You see how big that tornado was? Oh my god!
I haven't seen most of the pictures, but I saw one truck was mangled. That's how devastating this outbreak was. Yeah, they did. They they did it. Yeah, they did it right. Yeah.
Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we heard. Yeah, I highly doubt WETA Classic were even tested today. Chip Renza took over Bill Bukowski today. No, no, Bill Bukowski was off for the day. He's still at the station, I believe.
And
They get from D. You get their weekly. They figure out their calories. That one Chicago station.
Oh, what Chicago station?
WFMT. You ever figure out those guys? Any of those guys?
Well, yeah, I've actually seen them go anywhere between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Oh.
Okay. So while we wait for it to get back to me, let me go ahead and let's go ahead and get the day 2 monitors ready to go.
You won't be safe loading because I'm not getting involved. You're gonna need like Nashville, Memphis, KSU.
Yep, those things. So first I'll put in the stations for first I'm gonna put the stations in for the Thursday tests. And then second, the stations for the Severe Weather Awareness Week drill, starting with Wisconsin. So then the only office then that and then DC decided not to test the Virginia counties today, although they did Maryland. So I'm pretty sure then they're going to test the Virginia counties tomorrow. But other than that, everybody did their test today. So that's great.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna pull off some kind of stunning thing in your hands for us to hear.
Applied very little. It's been pretty small.
Eaters on vacation. Feeling for nothing. Here you go. $200. It's wheelbarrow dirt.
Rocky.
Why is it hopefully taking this constant tornado here? That's what I don't understand.
Rockford isn't taking it.
It was constant tornado.
I can take it.
Well, this was actually the same thing when I tried to get it the first time off of Crystal Lake. This is because NWS Chicago does not issue products for Wisconsin. The forecast office coverage doesn't cover Wisconsin. While the station itself does cover Wisconsin, Chicago does not issue alerts for Southeast Wisconsin. That's handled by NWS Milwaukee.
Inside they can't put the Milwaukee message in there.
Yep. Which is why when the Indiana tornado drill, because it's a weekly test, unlike the live code, like with Indiana, Laporte took, I think they took Chicago's test tornado warning too at one point. Yeah, Evansville did. They did Paducah and Louisville.
Yep.
Then I think there was another transmitter that took all three offices: Paducah, Indianapolis, and Louisville.
Live radio.
Right. Now, I'm not going to put Bemidji on there because it doesn't need to be working right now. It's such a shame they don't do the test tornado watch in the morning anymore. I liked the old way, but again, to avoid confusion, I understand. I mean, I do understand why they had to make that move.
Yeah. But last time they did this tornado warning, so everybody got wireless alert. It's not. That's not good. That's what the happening basically for the drill.
Yeah, even though it was for drill purposes.
Yeah, that was.
All right. Are there any other stations that serve Minnesota? Let's see. Sioux Falls. Oh, Kitson. It's Kitson, Minnesota. Then Waterloo does not serve Minnesota. Milford does. And then who else?
This is a required weekly test. This is only in Kitson County.
Yep, I'm
There's no catalog for that test here.
all right.
Oregon.
Yep, because that serves Minnesota too.
That's in North Dakota.
Yeah, there are some counties that it covers that is in Minnesota, and Grand Forks does issue stuff from Minnesota. So the test that Grand Forks did was for the North Dakota counties, and then of course they're going to do the drill from Minnesota tomorrow. And then I'll also add Manassas to the list as well in case DC ends up doing their in case they end up making up the Thursday test.
Right.
Alright, now to go through my severe weather list. Let's see.
That one that I think is too live. I can take it. He's taking unrecognized messages. Big shoe.
Yeah.
Cinco.
Who's next on the list?
Yorkville. North America.
Charleston.
You have control of
Cleveland. That city. We've
You're
already
allowed to
already
get
took
flight
care of
risk.
Well, Pittsburgh. Are they involved in this?
No.
It's for Pennsylvania.
No, just a general. No, it's just a general. A slight general. General to none. Peachtree. This.
It is involved in this again, so. I can't wait. I'm gonna be getting all kinds of alerts from different areas. I'm gonna get off of Arkansas PBS. I'm gonna get them
Only
off
gonna
of
do
Memphis PBS. I'm gonna get them
WK21
off
Greenville.
every single one.
Martinal. Huntsville.
Atlanta's actually involved in this too. Birmingham, Alabama.
Yep, I've added those in for the day too.
Yeah, I just said Atlanta's involved in it too.
And the only piece of Wilmington that would be involved would be Kentucky. So I'm just gonna add Covington and Owens. I'm only gonna add those two.
Of course, we're still floating in Charleston right now.
Indianapolis, I see, could be doing stuff.
And what working tomorrow? Reach out the big guy.
Nothing.
Your turn, Cannon.
And Lincoln might do stuff.
That's barely in. So, you think anything?
Jackson's on the flight risks.
Do we any invitation for Effingham area?
Actually, I actually went through the GWES list, and I actually did find a station that they say relays severe thunderstorm warnings, but we're gonna find out. I'm gonna have them in the day 2 monitors as well, and we're gonna find out. Alright, let's continue. Marginal.
General Readers on your side. Great Coast paying $45 for each NCI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the seat is canceled. Symbol. Looks like a knot. What is that thing? Waterworks. Let's roll, wheelbarrow.
Charles. Louisville, of course.
Canada. You feeling lucky? Take a ride on the ready.
And Apple's too.
Only going to add these 4 to St. Louis.
More of a care to you.
I know KYLS is close to that, so I'm only going to add that station. DC, parts of Little Rock actually get stuff, so. Oh, just in case. Memphis, of course.
Storm River flood warning.
Morristown in case they issue stuff. A telephone outage.
And the Newport is different from emergency.
Like right after that. What a coincidence.
Yeah, going to KYLS and NKRTU tomorrow too.
Yep, that's gonna be part of Paducah when I get to that. When I get to that entry on the list. So yeah, I'll have every Paducah station in there.
And Marion's still down.
The stream is, yeah. I feel like it's been offline forever. And since this is pretty close to Ashland, I'll add them too.
Negotiations have been suspended.
And I'll leave Black Split at home. Oh, that's Chief number 3 pulling in.
We got 5. Busy chest. Let's see what it is. You have won second prize in a beauty contest.
I'll add only Monroe for Shreveport. I'll add only Monroe for Shreveport.
Yes.
And that is it, I believe. So that's all of them. So that's all the monitors that we're going to be using for day 2. All the stations for Iowa, all the stations for Wisconsin, and oh man. And let's take care of day 3. Let's go take care of day 3.
Day 3 has a marginal.
Yeah, it's only a marginal on the Carolina coast, but we're still gonna add the stuff in just in case anything goes down there.
Kyle, there's no more. Hold on. We're gonna get into North Carolina PBS. Hold on. The
Raleigh.
Rick. Oh, I gotta hurry up. Oh shoot! I already gotta relay this on freaking. Hold on. Let's see. Jones County. Where's Jones County?
Levi McCullough is an 11-year-old black man. Approximately 3 inches tall, weighing 73 pounds. Levi has black hair and brown eyes. Odua Thompson is a 6-year-old black male, approximately 3 feet 9 inches tall, weighing
Player wants to trade.
Like a local Amber Alert.
This is a North Carolina Amber Alert for a child abduction. Havelock Police Department is searching for 4 abducted children. Christian Jamal McCullough, 8-year-old black male, approximately 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing 108 pounds. Christian has black hair and brown eyes. Levi McCullough is an 11-year-old black male, approximately 4 feet 3 inches tall, weighing 73 pounds. Levi has black hair and brown eyes. Odua Thompson is a 6-year-old black male, approximately 3 feet 9 inches tall, weighing 50 pounds. Odua has black hair and brown eyes. Deborah McCullough, 1-year-old black female, approximately 2 feet 6 inches.
Well, that's the end of my game.
No vehicle information at this time. If you have any information regarding this abduction,
Lots of missing information.
7110.
Not the best you can do. Good luck, Dimple.
That's Charleston.
You may die.
Columbia 2 in case they do anything. Last one, Wakefield.
Electric company. Let's roll, wheelbarrow.
All right. Perfect. We are ready to go for tonight. Back there. All right, let's go to Columbus and watch the Borealis pull in and out.
Yeah, Amber Alert.
Okay. So Julie's
He
Java
North Carolina
House.
field. He messed up so bad. I'll tell you in just a minute. Give me a minute.
Let's go, Shannon.
They really screwed that up so bad. They said this is a required weekly test. They screwed the pooch out of that thing. Oh my gosh.
Are you talking about Quad Cities from earlier?
They worked it. I'm talking about the Emmerler from North Carolina. They screwed it up. They said this is a required weekly test from North Carolina instead of the Emmerler.
Well, WERX it showed up as the proper code.
It's Wheatberry's turn. Looks like Sesame.
Alright. We're waiting for the 1340 to show up in Columbus, Wisconsin. Nothing on Cox. Nothing on Comcast 2. Right now, that is. Oh, they're coming.
And we have husbands from Bloomingdale, Ohio. Forest Hill. What's the best you can do? And why they do that?
But they'll try again here in just a minute.
Number one was a freak out on. Happened over here.
The 1340 is almost there, and the Empire Builder number 8 is right behind it. Oh my goodness, both are going to show up at the exact same time, it looks like. And there you go, Piggy Pork Chop just uploaded the Amber Alert.
Yeah, I told you. They screwed it up. They used the iPods for the test, not the CAE.
Yeah, they normally do like a live voice recording.
Yeah.
So that's odd they used iPods. That's odd that they did the Dave voice for a change. Yeah, they did a weekly. Yeah, they did their iPods weekly last night.
8, 2, 3. According to John Johnson, they basically testing that takes 6 iPod, I found out.
Yep.
Tested.
Oh, it says still continues actually. It says still continues. It's got that notification. It still says it's continuing.
Yeah, in fact, rifle stroke of midnight. Who's gonna make it first? The Borealis or the Builder? And the Builder is the winner.
Julie said, I'm headed your way. He's at the corner.
I don't think Paducah's even gonna bother trying their No, don't they usually postpone it till like the next day? Or do they postpone it to next week? You know what? Now that you brought that up, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there just in case they make up their evening tests. As right now, WJON's still ignoring every NWS month weekly right now. Okay, I don't know what's taking I don't know what's taking Honolulu so long to send the test out. Nothing other than discussions. Lots and lots of discussions. I feel like they should have tested by now. Alright. I'm just gonna go ahead and restart it.
Keep an arm here, just in case we send out another one. I'll keep an eye on just in case.
Gotta restart my station 2 to add Paducah if they end up making up their evening test tonight. Just to be ready. And speaking of getting ready, there's something else I need to get set to. And that would be there we go. The builder was the first to show up and leave.
I can take it. Time for that heavy artillery. Let's go, cannon. We got 6.
It's not going to be long now until Borealis shows up.
Get out of jail. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Show me the money, Stack. Steph.
Alright.
Green Street.
We're going to keep waiting for Hawaii here.
Good luck.
Well, now that I'm eliminated from Monopoly, rather than just ending the game and going to a commercial, I'm just going to let you all enjoy the rest of it. Oh, there it is. There's Hawaii, finally. I'm just going to leave Honolulu in there.
Texas is back at it again.
Another one? Oh my goodness.
Holy frick.
Is this a whole new? Is this a whole new Amber Alert? It sure seems like it.
Issued a child abduction emergency for CTX and ETX beginning at 5:45 p.m. Wednesday, April 9th and ending at 5:45 p.m. Thursday, April 10th. Local Amber Alert. Missing slash abducted child from Temple, Texas. Missing child is Natalia Pereira, 14-year-old black female, last seen wearing green hoodie, jeans, and black shoes. Anastasia Pereira, 15-year-old black female, last seen wearing a black puffy jacket, black shirt, and black shoes. Call Temple Police with information. If seen, call 911.
Looks like a reissuance of the previous Amber Alert that's still active. Alright, so we're all caught up, and I'm keeping Paducah in there just in case they end up making up their evening test tonight. They're actually continuing them all? Oh my goodness. Looks like they're continuing all of them. And I've actually got an idea as to what we'll do for the marathon tonight. We're going to air all the Street View episodes. Okay, that should be enough to last. Just for my dinner's ready. Like I said, just first the game, see how it ends. Or rather, see how much farther we can go.
Ending at 5:45 p.m.
Thursday, April 10th. Local Amber Alert.
Missing slash abducted child from Temple, Texas. Missing child is 14-year-old black female, last seen wearing green hoodie, jeans, and black shoes. Anastasia Pereira, 15.
So it looks like the Borealis already came and went.
They failed to use the audio. Look.
If seen, call 911.
So the Borealis already came and went. And is that the same description from earlier?
Missing child is Natalia Pereira.
Message. Hey. This is on Austin PBS. My God. I can take it.
That's the same. That's the same thing. Discard that. Okay. I'm going to let you all enjoy the rest of this game here while I go have dinner.
It's easy.
And then we will get ready to start the Street View Marathon.
And he takes away. Let's go. Looks like a 4 to me. The Annex. Not the best you can do. 8. Community chest. Let's look. You inherit $100. 11. Waterworks. Well, at least they don't pay rent. Thimble, you're up. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Aider from Decatur. Let's roll, wheelbarrow. 6. Bloor Street. Be it ever so humble. Cannon, can hut. Looks like a 4 to me. The beaches.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Sack of money. Show us what you can do. Lucky 7. Go train.
Not the best you can do.
It's Thimble's turn. Four. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. 8. Go train.
I'm tough. I can take it.
You have control of the dice, Cannon. Ace, deuce, 3. Don Valley.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Good luck, sack of money. We got 5. $200. That's easy money. Okay, Thimble. Good luck. Lucky 7. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? From sale of stock, you get $45. It's Wheelbarrow's turn.
Whew! So this is how the rich folks live.
9. $200. That's easy money.
I don't mind paying out, as long as I got it.
Cannon, roll those dice. You rolled a 3. Toronto Island.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Sack of money. Roll those dice. 6. Cambridge Town.
Not the best you can do.
Lucky 7. Hyde Park.
Not the best you can do.
It's Thimble's turn. Eater from Decatur. Blue Line.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
It's Wheelbarrow's turn. 2. Cambridge Town.
Be it ever so humble.
Both hands, 10. Spadina Avenue.
I'm tough. I can take it.
Cannon, 10, hut. 8, looking great. Chance, you feeling lucky? Advance token to nearest utility. If unowned, you may buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Half a dozen. CN Tower.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Show me the money, sack. Both hands, 10. Harborfront.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Okay, Thimble. Good luck.
Here I go.
5.
Off to jail? Oh well. Good place to collect my thoughts.
Wheelbarrow, toss those dice. 4.
Free, I like.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Time for the heavy artillery. Let's go, Cannon. 3. Forest Hill.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Sack of money. Show us what you can do. 6. Bay Street.
Not the best you can do.
8. Forest Hill.
Not the best you can do.
Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade.
He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
And also, Super Mario, he also got the North Carolina Everett too.
Thimble, you're up. Lucky 7. Wheelbarrow, toss those dice. 5. Blue line.
I'm tough. I can take it.
Time for the heavy artillery. Let's go, Cannon.
Very posh. Who lives around here? G.I. Joe?
5. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Community chest. Let's see what it is. You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. It's Thimble's turn. Lucky 7. Wheelbarrow, good luck. You're up. 6 and 5, 11. Chance, let's see what it is. You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. Time for the heavy artillery. Let's go, Cannon. You rolled a 3. Queen line. Thimble, you're up. 8, looking great. Queen Street.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
It's Wheelbarrow's turn. 6. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Community chest. Show me that card. Doctor's fee. Pay $50. Time for the heavy artillery. Let's go, Cannon. 7. Electric company. Okay, Thimble. Good luck. Looks like 7 to me. Blue line.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
Wheelbarrow. Good luck. You're up. Looks like a 4 to me. Cambridge Town.
Be it ever so humble.
You have control of the dice, Cannon. Ace, deuce, 3. Young line.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Thimble, you're up. 8er from Decatur. community chest. Let's see what it is. Receive for services, $25.
All right.
Looks like a 9. Where does
So-
that take us? Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Community chest. What's it going to be? Pay school tax of $150. Let's roll, wheelbarrow.
Here goes nothing.
So
Cinco.
that is it. That is going to
Done
be
Valley.
the end of this game.
Cannon. 10 put.
Oh, in fact, we're actually nearing.
Cinco.
No, it's probably gonna take another friggin' eternity to finish. So.
Way to go. You get the jackpot. Thimble, you're up. So, what will it be? Play right here or over in that?
Nope. Nobody's up. It's game over. I'm not waiting a whole frickin' eternity just for a turn. No way. Alright. So we're gonna let Vista shut down. Alright. We saw the Borealis. Now let's head to Wauwatosa to watch the builder. The other builder, that is. I mean, with a Borealis and a builder both on the way to Chicago at the same time, almost neck and neck, it's going to be... And considering that in a carnival walk it's only one track, it's going to be a while before... It's going to be a while before everything gets through. Here is Wauwatosa. Here we go. Here's the builder. Nothing special. Alright. One down. Major fail. So, WUND used the wrong audio clip. They used the Blue Earth, Minnesota test audio. Alright. So, there we go. We got to see everything we wanted to see. So, we saw both builders, both Borealises, both Zephyrs, and both Chiefs. So now, we're done with Amtrak. And if Tampa is recording, I do not need it either. Where is it? Yeah, it's just still trying to refresh. Now that's actually one of my goals for the next few months is to finalize preparing how we're going to handle my station for the summer when it comes to my part-time job and everything. But I'm getting quite excited to see how the floor and all that other stuff is going to conclude. So, yeah, that's pretty odd that they used the Blue Earth test message. Well, I didn't notice it. Well, John did the Amber Alert right. So I guess there were some stations that failed, but then, yeah, some stations like UND failed, but then there are others that did it right, like for example WJON. Okay, so to celebrate the 150th episode of the Street View series this week, we're going to air a marathon of all 100, well, almost all of the 149 other episodes that have been released so far. So, give me one moment here while I change my wardrobe, and then we will get this thing started. Alright. That's all set and done. Let me exit the call so I don't waste all that bandwidth while we're away. Okay. If you're just joining us, well, you missed it. You missed quite a fun morning, and you missed quite a fun afternoon that we've had so far. Maryland did their tornado drill this morning, but I also saw that San Angelo apparently did a local tornado drill as well. I always seem to miss these local tornado drills, which is because I don't see these come up on the preparedness calendar or anything like that. So it's pretty interesting now that I think about it. So that's odd. Anyway, so you were with us this morning. Here's what you missed. Of course, the Maryland tornado drill. Almost everybody did their test, except for Sioux Falls and DC, which are related to the tornado drills, the final tornado drills for the year. The last of the tornado drills that need to be done before we go back to normal stuff. Before we go back to normal stuff. And since we're getting Melbourne live, let's stop these two. And I'm gonna go ahead and delete the server disks because I've decided the final format for the finale. So, and then NYW actually did a weekly right before the Pictionary bonus round. And throughout the day today, I've been showing you a behind the scenes look as to preparing a whole new website, which I'm coding in Visual Studio. The current phase of it I'm on right now is actually making all the buttons and everything that are going to be going along with it. So that's the phase that I'm currently in right now. I'm going through the severe weather list, the list of monitors that I have for each office. And I'll be writing all those and, taking all those down. And everything. So yeah. So, in fact, we'll try to do a little bit more work on that later on during the show tonight, which I think we probably will. And furthermore, we'll be doing some more behind the scenes stuff with that site tomorrow when the White Sox begin their series against Cleveland, which will be a Thursday afternoon game, and we'll be bringing that to you all. Oh, they're actually playing right now. This is game 2 of that series. Game 3 will be the finale. So the game is starting now, but game 3 will be the finale. And we'll be bringing that to you all, along with the Minnesota and Wisconsin tornado drills and all that stuff. And of course, do stick around tonight because we have, of course, our usual stuff. We should hopefully finally be able to get back to Deal or No Deal with Brandon, and of course Wheel of Fortune, 2nd edition. We'll then play along to semifinal game number 2 of Celebrity. Well, not really, but I'll watch semifinal game number 2 of Celebrity Jeopardy. And of course, we'll do some more work with the HTML site as we go along. Yep, that is my call. My time is pretty much up. So we hope you enjoy the Street View Marathon. And I will see you later tonight as we continue our weekly test show.
Bye.